Welcome to BlackHat. Welcome to Las Vegas. I mean, this is the week to be in Las Vegas, right? I mean, if you're in the cybersecurity world. I mean, everybody from 12-year-old hitchhikers with a Chromebook that they stole from somebody to the CEO of Mom's Robots is here. I mean, everybody's here. And it's like a three-ring circus, right? I mean, we got B-Sides, which sort of ended now, I think. I mean, B-Sides over the weekend. We got BlackHat, which is going on in this hotel. And then we have DEF CON on the following weekend. So it's just one right after another. And they got parties, events, pool parties, alley vomiting, public indecency.
It's my favorite part.
Well, I mean, a lot of that's like, old Vegas anyway. I mean, that was like the first time I ever came to Vegas. That was mostly what I saw was people in alleys, and, it was pretty creepy. And I was like, this is different, But I saw people running around with kids in a casino yesterday. Mm-hmm. It was weird. I think there was a slot machine with Mickey and Donald on it or something. And they had like, little junior blackjack or whatever, like learn to play, and
Is that different than the video games like Fortnite where you get like the mystery prizes? Isn't that just grooming you for slot machines?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, you got a point. But anyway, we're here in Las Vegas, the town where you can always get a drink or a hot dog no matter what time it is, and there's always a bar open somewhere nearby. And we're here doing interviews this week. Jackie McGuire is my lovely co-host here today, although I think we're all equal hosts at this point. It's like, there's not any of that. So, hi.
Howdy, Doug. How are you?
Good. I only see you at these things. So
I know.
It's like one of those weird, we had these friends that were from the U.S. and we never saw them. My daughter was like, did you realize I've never seen them in the United States? And I was like, yeah, I have several friends like that. Like, I've never actually seen them in the United States. It was always like, oh, yeah, we had dinner in France or whatever. But
yeah, my husband's actually coming out on Friday, which is super exciting because there are friends that I've had for half a decade that he's never met because we meet up at RSA and BlackHat and like all the different events, and that's pretty much the only time we see each other.
Well, yeah, I actually have people like that too. Not as many as all of the more personable type people, but us antisocial types just tend to like, huddle in our rooms or whatever and go, am I on yet? But
so I am a selective extrovert, so I will be extremely gregarious, but then for like 3 weeks after I get home, I won't leave my house. I'll DoorDash everything.
Okay.
I will. And a lot of times at these things, I get back to my hotel room and I'll realize that I've been sitting like this with my shoes still on in complete silence for like an hour, just kind of decompressing from the peopling. So
interesting. No, I'm not like that. I just do this for the attention.
Yeah, we were just talking about
it's
that. It's
total narcissism all day long, which is what Vegas is all about, right? Narcissism. Is Vegas? No, Vegas isn't about narcissism. It's about alley vomiting. I mean, I think that's more important theme.
I don't know if I don't think I've ever done that in Vegas, so maybe I didn't experience the full Vegas.
But I've been with people who did.
Oh, I don't drink, and I haven't.
Well,
it's been like almost a decade since I've drank, so I'm usually the person trying to corral all of the drunk outside cats into an Uber back to their hotels.
I would be more likely like I ate that pastor tortas out of that truck that looked mysterious, and that was why I was vomiting in the alley, than to be drunk.
But those are always the best ones.
No, it is the best one.
I live in Tucson.
I'm not saying I'm giving that up.
If you're ever going through Tucson, in one of the worst neighborhoods in Tucson, there's this place called Akikonanene, and it's just this amazing taqueria, but from the outside, it looks like a car overhang that's been like in
I love
repair
those. I know. When I was in college, there used to be one. It was in this place called the Fifth Avenue Motel, and it was literally like a flop house.
Yeah.
And if you went through this horrific lobby, I mean, it was a lobby like a movie set of bad.
Like Saw?
Oh, it was bad. No, yeah, it was just like, is that guy dead? And they're like, I don't know.
Yeah,
and you're like, okay, no, maybe he's dead. But if you went around the back, there was like a plywood wall, and if you knocked on it, the guy would open the window, and you could order it. You had to order in Chinese, though. They didn't speak English, and you had to order something in Chinese, and it was the best.
Yeah.
And you almost never got sick.
Yeah.
Once. But even then, I went back.
But
was that good.
It could have been a fluke.
Yeah. So, I guess we should talk about BlackHat. I mean, Jackie and I can talk about all kinds of weird stuff for a long period of time, and, we kind of get off subject.
It was a risk having us host together, I think, but I think hopefully it ends up being more entertaining than it is terrifying. No, but I think this is a really cool year to be at BlackHat because we're in the middle of this hype cycle, right? And I think the overlap between that hype cycle and what security people have to do is pretty tight. Identity is becoming kind of one of the big flash button issues right now with trying to figure out how to provide, access and control for all of these different agents and robots that we're trying to use. And yeah, I think it's an interesting time to be around people and kind of hear the full spectrum of this is just hype and like we tried it and imploded and now we're never doing it again to, oh, we're just going to fully automate everything and lay off everybody who makes under six figures. So I think there's definitely it's always interesting to be amongst people living and working in technology when these things are going on, because there's such a wide range of opinions and how people are using. And of course we're talking, I was trying to go as long as I could without saying AI, but
we had a bet.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
she lost.
I think unfortunately this problem has fallen in security's laps in a lot of organizations, and so I think it's cool, it's interesting. It's always nice to see our friends at Hacker Summer Camp. And
well, yeah, I mean, I like to come to these things because I get to see a little more about, I mean, I don't work in the real world except as a consultant, so, which is then also not the real world. But yeah. I mean, I don't have like, a 9 to 5 in the industry. So I get to meet a lot of people that do. And that helps you sort of, I think, stay at least in the ball game in terms of what's going on. Because, yeah, the hype cycle kind of confuses me because I do the news. I see the headlines. And you do see it change, but it's good to see what other people are talking about. And they have free drinks. But, you do get that kind of stuff and food and all those good things. Yeah. But it's always fun. And I got invited to so many parties that it's like, well, this is like the opposite of my life. I'm like, why am I, but then my wife's like, oh, you're on a list, and I was like, oh, that's why I got invited. Yeah. It's like, but maybe I'll show up.
Well, then we...
Did you foolishly invite me?
And instead of at a party last night, like a dozen of us ended up at my hotel room because we just want to hang out with our friends. Because again, I don't see people in person. But yeah, the parties are always fun. I think one of the things that I'm really interested in is kind of seeing how big people's booths are. Not that I'm a booth size queen, but I think that, coming out of RSA, a lot of vendors are kind of starting to have some budget concerns. And I think more from things are very unstable in the economy right now. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in terms of like the money people are spending, how many staff they sent here, things like that. Because there was definitely at RSA like some sentiment of, is this worth it? Like we spend so much money, the booth, like it costs so much to be here. And for me, it is, because I get to be in a super concentrated pool of highly intelligent experts in what I do. Because like you, I'm not a practitioner anymore. I don't write Python anymore. And so I do rely on being in groups of people to kind of understand what's going on. So getting the temperature on the floor and seeing kind of if people have scaled up or down, because there are a couple companies who are known for these just massive, massive booths. And I want to see if that's still the case right now.
You know how much less surreal this got when I realized you were saying booth size instead of boot size? When you first started that, I thought you said based on people's boot sizes, and I was like, am I missing something here?
I mean, I do wear a men's size 10, so I am a rather big-footed individual.
Like, oh my God! But then I was like, oh, booth size. Yeah, okay, so yeah, but that's the advantage of having bad hearing. You get a lot of surreal moments.
Yeah,
you're extremely confused by everything that's going on around you.
I love that for you, though. I love that as I was over here droning on about like boring BlackHat stuff, you were having this whole existential.
No, I for a moment I was like, how does this, what in the hell does this even mean? I was so confused because I was like, I've never noticed that. Should we be studying this? Yeah. Boot size through the ages. The impact on AI?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe there's some correlation between
you can find a correlation with anything if you try hard enough.
But correlation
as a statistician, I can say this. But it's true, yeah. We could probably make a correlation between boot size and the amount of AI being used to terminate other people's jobs. I don't know. It's probably some kind of thing like that.
So you teach.
I do.
So what do you think I know what I've heard because I talk at a lot of high schools and colleges. What are your students' biggest concerns right now?
That they don't have the skills that they need that are practical enough to get them the job they want. I mean, I think, and I mean, I'm not going to say that's a change from 20 years ago. I mean, I think that's always been, I've always been I've always tried to focus on developing curriculum that focused on practical, which makes me exceedingly unpopular sometimes.
Yeah.
Because a lot of academics want, it's like educated versus trained, and you'll hear these arguments. And I respect all the sides of that. I mean, being educated is not a bad thing. No. If somebody makes a joke about Bartleby the Scrivener, you ought to get it. But, because it's one of our family inside jokes. And we all get it, but nobody else does. It's like my daughter will say, I prefer not to, and it's like, that's the extent of the joke. And how many people actually get that? But I saw it in a TV show where somebody was talking about it. So, but the students get really worried that they're being trained in theoretical concepts, and sometimes it's the parents that are really worried because they're like, I want to be, that's a question we get asked a lot, like, how are you going to ensure that they have the skills they need to walk in the door? And it is a trick, because
every employer out there wants an entry-level security person with 10 years of experience.
Yeah, and that knows 15 different programming languages, and and on and on. But we try to talk. When I was running the program, we tried to talk to the employers. So we went to I had a board that was made up of people that were, sorry, this is a little quick ad for but we had a board that was, I'm not that anymore. We had a board made up of people that hired our students, and I know we went and talked to them and said, what do you want? Because that was when we switched from C to Python.
Yeah.
Because I was a huge C++ person, as all of you know. And, when people started saying, maybe we should learn Python, I was like, oh,
but then you use it, and you're like, this is a really adaptable, flexible. I personally love Python. It's my preferred programming language.
I was a C++ C person, and I'm like, I'm sorry, this Python stuff's a bunch of crap. It's not. I take it back, but I didn't know it. And when people come to me with that and C is there, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you're an idiot. You're going to tell me an interpreted language is better than C? No, you're wrong. But I mean, they were right.
But speaking the same language as your data scientists, I would say learning Python is far preferable to learning R. So.
Absolutely. And we came around to that. And same thing went with calculus. This is very controversial because, when people ask me, they're like I have students go, what class should I take? I'm like, I don't know, Calc 1, sounds fun. And they're like, no. But I was originally advocating we have 4 years of engineering calculus required for everyone. Because I was like, I think English majors.
Applied calculus, though, because what I will say is when I was in college, I got like a C in calculus because it wasn't applied to anything.
Yeah, I know.
But then Andrew Ng has this phenomenal applied calculus for data science course. And when you actually understand like the nearest neighbors and the regressions, I think when you have something to apply calculus to, it makes so much more sense because I was always terrible with theoretical math. I have to have like applied math for it to make sense in my head.
When I taught it, I was using the Google interview questions. I was like, don't tell me this doesn't matter. I was like, here's a Google interview question about ping pong balls and swimming pools, and I'm like, you might want to brush up on this. But what happened with our employers was they came back to me and they said, why? Like, why do they need all this calculus? Wouldn't it be better, to take programming? And I was like, well, I like programming too. And they were like, well, like, can't you learn logic and reasoning from programming just as easily as, and then you could learn a second programming language. So we switch, we try to make this change. But I think that's the students' big fear, is that they're investing money in something that's going to turn out to be a bust, and outdated, and a waste of time.
Or replaced by AI.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Anyway, we got tons of content for you here this week. We got all kinds of interviews with all kinds of very important people who are far smarter than me, but we'll have fun anyway. And I hope if you're here, I hope you're having fun, and we may see you around. If you're not here, well, you can stay tuned in to CyberRisk TV and see what we're talking about for the whole week. Jackie McGuire is going to be here doing interviews. I'm here doing interviews. Matt Alderman's here doing interviews. And we have our wonderful crew behind the scenes, not being seen, that are actually making us all look super, super cool. Yeah. So stick around, and we'll see you a lot.
Welcome back to BlackHat 2025. We are live recording from the CyberRiskTV Studio at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Jackie McGuire, and joining me for this interview is Chuck Randolf. He's the Senior Vice President of Strategic Intelligence and Security at 360 Privacy. Welcome, Chuck.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here, Jackie.
Really happy to have you here. We are going to talk about something really interesting. We're going to talk about executive protection.
First thing in the morning, right?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
yeah. I mean, this is a pretty gnarly topic to start with, but I think it's one that's become significantly more prevalent and top of mind for people.
Absolutely.
The data economy has exploded, and we see both registered and non-registered data brokers. And one of the things I thought was interesting is, so you've spent 30 years in executive protection and strategy and things like that, and you've worked for Microsoft, OnTick, At Risk, International. You've had a whole bunch of different jobs, and one of the things you've said is kind of a common thread there is that violence against executives or targeted violence doesn't start with a physical action. It starts with a click.
Right. By the way, it's great to talk to you because I know a little bit about your background. So you have some established creds in threat management. So this is great to have this conversation because I think you'll understand where I say, when I first started out, I'm old in the industry. When I first started out, everything was analog, guns, gates, guards, everything was on paper. We did our thing, we got a briefing, we went out, we protected the individual. That was it.
Just need like three big dudes standing around.
That kind of was what people thought of it. Now I think as we've moved forward 30 years and we start thinking like this idea of the kill chain, I think it was Lockheed and others have this idea of a kill chain or a threat cycle, but it basically starts with ideation and ends with action. And what I've seen throughout the years, and I'm sure you've observed this too, is it starts with an ideation and then that quickly moves to a digital community as well, where I'm looking for bread. I've seen Jackie on TV to now I'm ideating about why Jackie doesn't like Cheerios, and all of a sudden, Jackie's the end all and be all. She hates Cheerios. I'm coming after her, and what do? I go to my phone.
Yeah.
I go to Google, I go to Bing, or I go to wherever you go, Yahoo, wherever you go to get your information, and I start looking. So it really is disruptive in that kill chain process where it rapidly moves into the digital side.
Yeah, so the kill chain, like you said, this is everything from when you start doing, investigating for data, searching for data on someone, all the way through when you actually take an action. And as you mentioned, unfortunately during the pandemic, I became kind of the target of some people's COVID indoor rage, and I experienced this myself. I was doxxed. There were social media groups set up specifically about me. And
how frightening was that?
Yeah.
I don't want to say, because I'm pretty sure you can handle your own.
Yeah.
But how unsettling and then frightening, but how quickly that information goes to, I have a thought about Jackie, to now all of a sudden I'm amassing all this information and I'm understanding where I can
figure out where my kids go to school.
Well, and if you've done a great job, like, look, hey, I'm not online, I do this, great. All I need to figure out is, who's Jackie's spouse or partner, husband, wife, whatever, her kids, her neighbors, and then I go from there.
Yeah.
Maybe I go and I find something on Redfin. Maybe I go find some other crumb. And I think, as you know this yourself, coming from the background, like the way, say, somebody who might be mentally unstable starts fixating. And ideating on it, I must have. I mean, we've seen that play out several times, unfortunately, over the last year to terrible.
Very recently, with the NFL headquarters.
Well, I was in New York last week on Monday, 3 blocks, and it was tragic. And then several days later, I did something adjacent to that building. I mean, God bless New York and all the resilience that is New York, but still, it's tragic that we come to a place now where that cycle is much more accelerated through things, like OSINT, PII, information available online.
Even social media algorithms, right? So, I mean, all social media algorithms are optimized for engagement, and typically engagement means some type of emotional reaction. And the stronger the emotional reaction, the higher that gets in your algorithm. Like, oh, you commented 3 times on this extreme post. We're going to show you as much of that stuff as we can because that's what you're engaging with.
Here's something interesting. I think you might find this fascinating as an example. I think it was, I might butcher my dates here, but I think it was 2020 or 2021. There was a young man who showed up with a crossbow and he said, "I'm here to kill the queen." Fortunately, he did not. They countered that. But when they went back and they looked at the case, he was using an app. I can't remember which one it was, but it was basically an app, exactly as you're saying. It basically reflected back to him. And at one point, he tells the app, "I'm an assassin," and the app says, "That's exciting."
Yeah.
And as I recall, one of the last injects he had with the app, or interactions, however we say that nowadays, was like, "Hey, I've been training. I have something. I think I'm going to go do it." And the app basically responded, "I believe in you."
Yeah.
And then off he went. I mean, so it's this really, I do believe, is a new frontier of a combination of cyber digital risk, narrative and perception risk, digital exhaust, physical security, and I think all that's bubbling up to where it's now board level conversations where people are like, we really have to understand this converged environment and how we're thinking about risk to our organization and our high net worth people in them.
Yeah. I've seen, I interview lots of executives for my different jobs, and especially in the last, ever since the United Healthcare CEOs was killed, there have been a ton of increased security measures and things we have to go through. And I think this is definitely top of mind for people. So as the cyber and physical worlds converge, how do you think about that as a protection strategist? How do you think about kind of protecting your executives all the way around, both in the physical world and in the digital world?
I was fortunate in my time before, when I worked for Fortune 50 and beyond that, to help have those converged conversations. And I almost hate to use the words converged because I think it's something we heard when we were younger and in the industry, and they're like, wow, what is this converged thing? And I think a lot of it was, I don't want to say lip service, but I just don't think we weren't quite there.
Mm-hmm.
And
people think of like singularity more
oh my
than
gosh,
just,
what are we doing? And I think things like Weir's Law and things like that, and the acceleration of technology and potentially the risk that comes behind that. And I think we're at a point now, and again, I go back to your own background too, where we can be data driven and understand. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we begin. We have in Randolph's opinion, all security protection efforts starts with awareness. It starts with perceiving who are we, what's out there, what's available, how are people and things perceiving us, and then how can we walk that back and understand, like, where are we exposed in our risk? Mm-hmm. So if you and I are you're the CISO and I'm the CSO, congratulations, we've been promoted again. It's a place for us to have a conversation and say, hey, look, we have not just executives, but think about it from an insider risk program too. Like, we have these centers of gravity in our company that are extremely important. Maybe they have the next code, the next formula for the greatest cereal ever, whatever that might be, and we understand throughout our ecosystem, if you will, who are the centers of gravity, what do we know about them, how are we protecting them, what conversations are we having. And something else I've been thinking about lately, especially given the events that you've talked about, the tragic events in New York, is the idea now of the narrative that needs to be brought in. So not only now is it the CISO and the CSO, where's the head of marketing? What? They need to be part of the conversation too.
Yeah. And it's kind of crazy thinking about it that way, about the fact that, your ability to protect your crown jewels at your company is actually part of what you need to be talking about. But that's one thing that I think, I talked about key person risk a lot, probably like a year and a half ago. And it was this whole concept that there are these engineers embedded in almost every hyperscaler that are irreplaceable.
Exactly.
They hold like some type of, tribal knowledge or something like that if they get hit by a bus, everybody is just, it's,
exactly.
And I think it's something that people don't really think about.
And it's a simple idea. Look, I'm a retired lieutenant colonel as well as an old information ops person. And as I look at that, I think like center of gravity analysis was something we were taught, at War College, that we were taught at staff school. But it's so important for risk, for security, to do that and say, where are these key people? Because, if Jackie goes down, the whole thing's going down.
Yeah.
Like, Chuck might be the face man, but if Jackie goes down, it's over.
I wonder too, so my first like long-term job was at Fidelity, right? And we're badging in everywhere because, and we were, stockbrokers were second floor. I was actually a stockbroker, and IT was first floor, and we couldn't access any of their areas. And so it was always kind of top of mind that this, to your point, like the barriers and the guards and things like that, the physical security gave you this sense of we're protecting something very important. Mm-hmm. I wonder to what extent remote work has kind of eroded that, because we're all sitting in sweatpants at our desks and we're doing still this really impactful work, but we're doing it from the comfort of our homes. I wonder if that to some extent disarms people from a security perspective.
I think by the way, that's a great topic, and we should have an entire 45-minute conversation on have we actually realized the effects of COVID. Great effect. We're all working from home. Bad effect. We don't know what that actually manifests to later on. I think go back to the conversation. I'm sitting in my sweatpants. I've got a suit jacket on, from waist up. I'm doing my thing. I punch off and I see man, Jackie was on the Zoom call. I really don't like her. Mm-hmm. And now I'm ruminating on that. And this idea of, and you probably talked to folks about this idea of a duty of care at the edge. Yeah. Where does it start? Where does it end? Yeah. How do I think about those folks? Because going back to data brokers, and PII and information that's putting out there, look, we're all, we were all working from home. Maybe we're still quasi working from home now. My kids are there. They're putting things out. Mm-hmm. What telemetry, if you will, am I emanating that somebody like Chuck says, I don't like Jackie. I saw her on that Zoom call and I know she was mean mugging me. This is it. I'm going to go find her.
It's just my face, by the way. I just have really bad RBF.
Been actually very lovely. I'm just a curmudgeon.
Yeah.
But you see where I'm going, especially given your bit as data broker, threat management, all that, how that ideation suddenly goes into fixation. And now I've got a supercomputer in my pocket. Mm-hmm. I've got two of them at my desk, and I'm spending my whole day figuring out where Jackie shops.
Yeah. Well, and I think so. One of the things we were talking about before we started recording, when we say data brokers, I think people think of the traditional data brokers, and we've now set up a framework where in the US they're supposed to register as data brokers. Right. They're supposed to abide by specific guidelines. They're supposed to remove your data when you request it. I use several services for that, and I can't remember if it was 404 Media or the New York Times, one of the two, over the last 2 weeks actually just released a report on how few of those data brokers.
It was a California study.
Yeah. And it was basically
early in Avnet Coffee, so I can't quote it. But
I want to say it was 404.
It might have been, and I read the same study, and the lack of response, I think, was something that was remarkable to me in that.
Well, and this is for the companies who've registered. There are also companies who don't register because they know that they'll be subjected to those guidelines. And then there was a really interesting intelligence report that came out of Eastern Europe talking about how data brokers in Eastern Europe who are not subject to those guidelines were using cell phone location data to sell the location of intelligence personnel, diplomats,
When I think about people that also hey, we've been harvesting, I mean, let's not even bring up the quantum, and once we crack everything and all the information we've harvested, maybe sits offshore, and now I can do that, come up with something with that, and then resell it.
Yeah.
I mean, and unfortunately, not everybody's above the board.
Yeah. And I think until we have regulations about what data you can buy, there's probably not going to be a great way to address that.
When I believe New York and California are trying to be cognizant of that and trying to get in front of that, and it's been my observation, if you will, that how New York and California goes, regardless of politics, folks, the rest tend to go, especially with things like that.
Yeah, and I think from your you were talking about AI. I think there's also a question to be had about where the balance between user experience and over confirmation comes in that they've built these generative AI products to be very friendly, and they agree with you and they tell you how smart you are because that makes you want to use them because you feel very good when they're reinforcing these things. But
it becomes your assistant.
You need guardrails. You need you need some type of emergency brake.
You make a great point there too, because now I don't really have to even understand a Boolean search. I could just say, name your AI, help me find everything there is to know, and build a bio. Actually, if you think about everything as the prompt and some of it, you might, build a bio like you're a targeteer after Chuck Randolph. Tell me about where he likes to go eat ice cream, what cereal he likes, and,
Well, we just found out that generated results that you share are now being indexed on
Yeah.
Google search. So, all right, let me ask you. So, as we're wrapping up, I really actually do wish we had 45 minutes. So, if I'm a CISO or a CSO or a CEO, if I'm an executive really concerned after listening to this terrifying episode, interview, what do I do? Where do I start?
So so everyone wants to answer from the security point of view. I would say, since we've been chatting about AI, I'm your AI and you're asking me to answer as your chief of staff. I would say, hey boss, let's bring these people together and ask them. We have these people in our organization that we understand are security or risk. We know they have silos, blah, blah, blah. Insert that conversation here. But why don't we convene and ask them a question? And if we want to get ahead of that as a CISO or CSO, I can jump forward and say, hey, look, let's convene here.
Yeah.
I'll do the convening. Look, we need a common operating picture, which requires several things. Common operating language, old IO guy, words have meaning.
I agree.
Yep. We need common operating language. We both may speak English. You may think in German. I may think in French. We might think in code. Who knows? Whatever that is, we need to have the data. We need to speak about it the same way. And from that, we can look at and understand risk. And then once we've understood the risk, let's take care of the low-hanging fruit. Let's not go to Death Stars and drone. Let's start with what's low-hanging and ensure that we're protecting ourselves where it matters.
Thank you. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Chuck, for joining us. This was amazing. Hopefully we will get to do this again soon because I think we could go down a data broker rabbit hole to end all rabbit holes.
I look forward to it, Jackie.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Live from CyberRiskTV, I'm Jackie McGuire. We are at BlackHat 2025, live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you, Chuck, and thank you, 360 Privacy. Please visit securityweekly.com/360. Oh no, I have to read this /360 Privacy. What is that? OH? Sorry, guys. It's early in the morning and my glasses are not doing their job and my eyes are getting really, really old at this point.
360privacy.io.
All right, 360privacy.io. Thank you, Chuck, for bailing me out. Stick around. We'll be back live from BlackHat with tons more awesome interviews today, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Welcome to BlackHat 2025. We are here. We're recording live. So this is live. So when I screw it all up, well, you know how that goes. It's the CyberRiskTV Studio in Mandalay Bay in sunny Las Vegas. I'm your host, Doug White, and joining me for this interview is Yuval Wollman, the president of CyberProof. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good to be here, Doug. Thank you.
Yeah, it's awesome that you could be here because I wanted you to tell me a little bit about CyberProof, because this was a company that I obviously looked it up and so forth, but I wasn't as familiar with the name when I first saw the interview schedule. So could you tell everybody about it?
Sure. CyberProof is a part of a broader group called UST. At CyberProof, we provide managed detection and response services to the enterprise market. Okay. Now, to work with enterprise customers, you need to provide them with a broader exposure management perspective. What does it mean? If I am a security leader at an enterprise, I have so many tools. I have so many alerts coming out of that. Risks, vendors, third-party vendors and risks. What do I do with all that noise? How do I cope with it? What is my real exposure? What is my real risk? And we at CyberProof help you to understand what is your security posture, what is your full exposure. And to do that properly, you need to follow the threats. There's so much noise, so many bad people, we're going to talk about them. But only a few one are relevant to you, to your industry, to your vertical, to your company, to your brand, to your team. So how exactly can I identify who they are? What do they want from me? What kind of capabilities do they have? Where are they? This is what we're dealing with at CyberProof.
Yeah, when I first went to university, I got a job working at the computer center, and I walked in on the first day, and they said, one of your jobs is here's the logs. And they were all printed. So they were printed on green bar, and the stack was about that high. And I said, what am I supposed to do with all that? And he said, well, you review it and sign off that there's no threats. And I said, what? How am I supposed to do that? So I think today we have that same problem, only in even vaster quantities.
More virtual world, yes.
Because you have so many different threats, and that threat surface expanded from when I was there, which was the 36 workstations, to now the entire world and the planet. So I know you guys were doing some studies and reports and things like that. Yeah. So like who are these biggest threat groups that are coming after pretty much everybody at this point?
I'm going to answer that, but you said something that I want to start with, very interesting, about the attack surface, that it has expanded dramatically.
Yep.
And everyone, we are close to the BlackHat conference, and everyone in the market is talking about the Gen AI revolution, and specifically now about agentic AI. If you think about those agents, they are providing you with more attack surface effectively, because now we always used to say that, in an organization, in an enterprise, the weakest link is the most important link, and usually it is a human. But now an agent can be that link, that weak link, because you can manipulate the agent. You can prompt, various malicious asks for that agent to act in the wrong way, as opposed to the original intention of the employee that operated that agent. Or you can manipulate the data that the agent uses. So effectively, this huge change that we're seeing is actually making things more risky. And this is where we need to, we always talk about how agents are being used by the hackers, and we're going to talk about that a little bit today. But think about that from a different way, from the defensive side. They are creating further risk.
Yep. They absolutely do, because I always tell people that humans are the biggest threat. I've been saying that since 1986, because one of the very first sort of pen tests, when it wasn't called that, kind of campaigns I ran, was calling a place I worked, and we were just literally calling employees out of the phone book from off-site, so their phone double rang, so they knew it was coming, and trying to get them to give up credentials. And we succeeded almost 80% of the time in the first round. But today, because I have agents, I can try to trick those, I think probably more predictable human-esque kind of creatures than the humans even were, because humans can behave erratically, but agents are going to follow a plan. So, I mean, I think that threat surface just went through the roof when we started introducing these things. But those can also be defenders, right?
Correct. So you can use the agents to impersonate and to do the phishing campaign that you guys have done in the late 1980s and further. But I think that the AI-powered approach that you just mentioned for hackers is one of the biggest trends that is taking place in 2025, and moving forward, it will only increase. And you know the term MTTE, mean time to exfiltrate data. It has dropped dramatically from 9 days to 2 days. And I want to talk specifically about an interesting group called FunkSec. What's unique about FunkSec that they have taken those agents and LLM tools to lower the barrier of entry to the hacker's world. It's much easier now to create the code, to impersonate, to run a phishing campaign, to build a ransomware, where it's much easier. And you can even think about that from an economic perspective. You can build a platform, a marketplace for hackers to come and buy it.
Of course.
So FunkSec specifically, they've built FunkBit, but you can find many other organizations such as Dragonforce, what they've done, Dragonforce, they have built a shop. And we provide you all the tools, and you just need to take your own brand, and you are a new hacker group out there in the market. As opposed to 2 years ago, you had like a marketplace, you have a pool of talents. If you want to build a group, you are reaching out to the CFO, to the CTO, to the analyst, to the CEO. You build a group and you go out and make some money. Now it's much easier because of those tools that you mentioned.
Yeah, and they have really good customer service. I was
true.
exploring some of these things. There was ransomware as a service tools and other as a service tools, and I was really shocked at the customer service quality. It was a lot better than. I'll not name this airline. It was a lot better than an airline. You can fill in whichever one you hate the most here. But I really saw that, and they've turned it into an industry.
Yes.
That it almost looks like a legitimate industry at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does. It's not even like organized crime or something. It's just like straight up above boards. Like here we are. We do this. We sell this service.
It's actually the third largest economy in the world today. The
Not at all
cyber
surprised.
capital that you can make out of it.
And that makes it an even bigger threat, right? Because, I mean, now they have the third largest economy in the world. They have every bit of interest in targeting and showing they can accomplish these things because they want to get new customers.
Yep.
And so you really have to market that. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, and you can also, you're talking about professionalizing, do that vertically, meaning build a group that is focused now only on retail.
Right.
For example, Scattered Spider, who attacked the UK retail group. It's in the report that you mentioned earlier, right? Earlier in this year, Harrods and Marks and Spencers and Co-op, they just were focused on the UK. And think about the impact. It's not only the economic impact, but also the social media impact and the press that you're getting. So the money, the profit you can gain out of it is much bigger. And of course, there are some other motivations where it comes to geopolitics. We'll talk about that. But I think from an economic perspective, the motivation and the incentives are huge.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they have a lot. So the idea of counting coup is a sort of term, that's a hackery term that's, I guess, really old-fashioned wordage, but it's really something. And I always remember I worked at a bank once, and they had this huge edifice that they didn't need. They had all these marble steps and everything. And I asked somebody once, why do we spend all the money on this? And they said it's about perception.
Yeah.
People want to know their money is safe, so you need to build something safe. So I think targeting industries, you don't want to be that company that gets picked out, like say a casino. If people didn't trust that the casino was being honest, the casino is going to suffer a lot.
Yeah.
So those like Scattered Spider really likes to do that, and I like to focus on specific things. Correct. But I did want to talk to you a little bit about the sort of fallout from these wars and things as well, because what I've seen is these nation states, have always fought wars. I mean, this has been going on since the dawn of time. But as these nation states do battle with various and sundry people, do you think there's a lot of like collateral damage spillover from these things?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the cyber dimension of geopolitical conflicts, if sometimes it's being used when you do not want to engage in physical war,
Of course, yeah.
and sometimes you embed it within the physical war layers. And we've seen that in Ukraine and Russia 3.5 years ago. We are seeing that constantly between Israel and Iran. But even if you take, for example, a very short conflict, hopefully it will keep being short, between Pakistan and India, just 3 months ago, the hostilities took place, I think, net 4 days. Very short. Aggressive, but short. You saw a rise of about 600 attacks between those two countries within that period of time. You saw new 45 groups coming in, stepping and attacking each other. But what was also interesting to see is how criminals started to identify themselves with a nation state goals. Because you saw a Pakistani group called Site Copy. They attacked Indian government agencies, education system, railroads. They didn't ransomware to get money from an Indian bank necessarily. They went all in. So are they nation state backed or not? Or if you take, for example, a North Korean group that is using, so it's not a government backed, but it's using government tools, Moonstone Slick, they call themselves. So are they nation state or not? So the identity here, the lines are not as clear as we thought it is. And because everything now is converged into a brute force trend where you have those, we spoke about Iran and Israel, we spoke about Pakistan and India, we spoke about Russia and Ukraine, you have the South China Sea conflict, and you have a few other tacit tensions between Russia and the entire European continent, right? So we will see those convergence more and more tighten in the next few months, in the next few years, and the attacks will be even more brutal with new tools that we just mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that threat surface expands downward from that nation state. So if you have a very large nation state, like say China, and they have developed secret toolkits, nobody knows about these things. They may have hundreds of exploits that they're not going to reveal because they're a nation state. I mean, they're not just some 12-year-old hacker. They're a nation state. They hold these things dearly. And then this kinetic war starts, or even just a political war starts, a tariff war, I don't know, and you unleash a bunch of these exploits. That could just trickle all the way down through nation state affiliates. So these are just people you say, yeah, sure, we'd love for you to do something, to hacktivists, who are people that say, I'm on your side, to fake hacktivists, which are people that just use this as an opportunity to exploit somebody, on down through people going, wow, there's a good exploit. I'm going to use that on people that haven't patched up because they're basically saying, this doesn't concern me. It's Oceania attacking Grand Fenwick. It's not my concern, because I saw that a lot with the Ukraine. So, I mean, do you see this just continuing to expand? I mean, at what point, what do we do?
I think it grows probably exponentially. There is a very good question of how can you deter? If we keep ourselves in the geopolitical layer, can you make effective deterrence? Because you mentioned the nation state crown jewels that they want to use and deploy. So we've seen that deterrence in place. Earlier, through the Russian-Ukrainian war, we saw how the U.S. administration posed a threat, public threat. It was one of the chiefs at the White House, and it probably had an impact on the Kremlin. They backed off from some of their attacks because the U.S. publicly said, which is very, very rare, we'll go after you, after your infrastructure, and we have the capabilities. So as long as you can frame it within political context, there are political tools to handle that. But you said it right. It goes way deeper to economic incentive, the third largest economy, as we said. You have business models, you had marketplace, you have cartels now that provide you with the tools, but they want to own the knowledge. So I think that we're heading to a world that is more chaotic, And if I am a government agency or an enterprise or a smaller company, I need to carefully think about what do I do not to be the weakest link in the industry. How do I protect myself? How do I get the exposure management perspective that I mentioned earlier? So these are the actions that effectively we need to take as security leaders in our day-to-day. So many things to do, but we must be optimistic, because if you make few steps right and use the right solution, not necessarily the right tool, but the right state of mind and framework, you can be very well protected and mainly decrease the risk. You will never be fully protected.
No. I mean,
but it's about
not
how
possible.
can you lower the risk and make sure that you are, reasonably protected to face exfiltration of data and any kind other.
Because my stack of green bar now would fill a couple of warehouses a day in terms of all the pings and threats and alerts and everything that would pop up on those kind of reports. So obviously the threat surface is expanded to some almost infinite place.
Yeah.
We all have to be very, I think we all have to be very, very, very cautious, especially with all these things going on as we see this stuff leaking out into the future. Thank you, Yuval Wollman, for joining us today. And if you want to find out more about CyberProof, please visit securityweekly.com/cyberproofbh for BlackHat. And for all our BlackHat 2025 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/BlackHat. Thanks again, Yuval.
Thank you for having me, Doug.
Yeah.
Welcome back to BlackHat 2025. We are almost fully caffeinated. We're here live from the CyberRiskTV Studios at the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Jackie McGuire, and joining me is Chris Boehm. He's the field CTO of Zero Networks. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
Did I pronounce your last name properly?
Perfectly.
That is honestly like 80% of getting an interview correct, is not mispronouncing my name during the intro and not mispronouncing your name.
It's common for me, so I totally understand.
Yeah. My last name is McGuire, and you wouldn't think that would be, but I get McGuire. I get all kinds of weird mispronunciations.
I can see that, though.
I also occasionally mispronounce my own name when I'm like reading too much. All right, so you're a field CTO for Zero Networks.
Yeah.
And I actually have had the pleasure of working with Zero Networks a little bit, so I already know what you guys do, but I thought it would be really good to kind of start out with a little bit of your background. I know you've got over 15 years of experience in tech and how you got to Zero Networks, and then I'll ask another question.
Sure. Hey, my name is Chris Boehm. I have been in the cybersecurity space, obviously, for 15 years. I started in state and local government. One person reporting to the school districts and fun stuff at that point. I joined enterprise, then I joined a small company called Microsoft. I did that for about 7 years. I started in identity to launching multiple products when I left. And then I joined this other small company called SentinelOne. I was there for about 3 years.
And you like startups, huh?
Yeah. And then I went to a brilliant startup called Zero Networks, and that's where I'm at today.
Awesome.
So that's a quick summary.
Yeah, and one of the things that Zero Networks does that until I met the company, I had heard the term before but hadn't really delved into it, but is micro-segmentation, and it's becoming increasingly important. So can you explain to me, like I'm in 5th grade, what micro-segmentation is?
Yeah, like a 5th grader, huh?
maybe like a
no, 5th grade's fine.
Slightly precocious 8th grader.
Okay, so I would imagine microsegmentation like this. Imagine you walk into a bank today, and the first thing you assume, you see the tellers behind the counter, and you're like, okay, I need to give them my ID. That's first verification, saying I am who I say I am. Well, I'm trying to pull out something within the bank. I have my own deposit box. So they say, do you have your key? No, I don't have the key. They have a backup key, but they verify again. So a multi-layered process to the bank to get my nuggets, whatever it is, my deeds, whatever information. Microsegmentation is down to that asset level. So verification through each process, like a bank. That's how I would describe it to a 5th grader.
Okay, awesome. So the concept that just because I'm a teller, I don't get access to the big vault. Just because I get access to the big vault, I don't necessarily get access to the safety deposit boxes inside it,
exactly.
that kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah. Oh. So on the average case, most people have been to a bank and they can understand like it's a pain in the butt to go get everything throughout the process, but it is me through the whole entire time verifying I have access, and then you might have to do a fingerprint scan. You might have to do multiple things of verification along the way, but allows you to segment it down to each asset, so down to my box itself, even though I had to go through a vault door and a teller, and even go through the basic security and making sure I'm not acting bad at the bank. So
and I think when we had our own routers and servers and those types of things, right, then you worried more about the physical barriers and whatnot. But now that everybody's built in the cloud, microsegmentation is really important, because one of the things that I found interesting when I started building on AWS as a data scientist is you can just spin things up. Like if you've got credits in AWS, you can start running any services you want with very strict or very lenient security controls. And it seems like with the next wave of, I made it 3 minutes into the interview before I said AI, with AI becoming, the huge thing that we're all talking about now, that's like exponentially increased, right?
Yeah. I mean, shadow IT is a real thing. I won't deny it. Even when I was at Microsoft, it was a common challenge working with, I was working on the SIM platform and we're pulling data from everything within a tenant. If you look at Microsoft, they're like, well, where are these logs coming from? Oh, your dev team spun up their own test environment and they had no control over it based on how the design was. So shadow IT is a severe thing, and it's been getting better, I would say, over time. But when it comes to privilege access and making sure everyone's doing the right thing, it's a multi-layered process. There's no perfect scenario today. And that's why microsegmentation is that not just for cloud, but on-premise and multiple different levels of verification of saying that, I am who I am. And that goes with service accounts and other actions. So it's not just me as a user. I want to make sure that who's accessing my databases is that application, and it's authorized to talk to that application. So it's definitely relevant when it comes to the world of our IT industry. So
and when we think about things like AI, you would think, so microsegmentation is especially helpful in stopping things like lateral movement, right? And so this is this whole concept that if somebody gets into one part of your cloud environment, if it's not secured properly and it's just one big segment, you can go wherever you want.
Yeah.
So from your perspective, you would think that AI would be really effective at stopping things like lateral movement, but we haven't really seen the rubber hitting the road there. At least I have not heard. And so why do you think with more sophisticated types of attacks and movement, why are we having such a hard time stopping those things with AI or spotting those things with AI? Is there something specific that's making that more difficult?
There's a few things. Our attackers are leveraging AI as a service as well, so they're leveraging the same kind of technology we're combating with. And AI is not 100% accurate either. I've gone through multiple layers, I've built it out, I've even built out my own AI tools. In the end, it almost seems like it's confused or giving false positives, or it's reassuring you, I know what I'm talking about. And unfortunately, you can't do that in a real world scenario at a business. If I told a bank, let's go to the same scenario, hey, we're gonna micro-segment everything, and AI is gonna get it most of the time right. They're gonna be like, we're not interested.
Yeah.
Because you can't take down all of our transactions. You can't take down our customers pulling out their money. That's worth millions an hour. So that's why at Zero Networks, we took it as, we're gonna take automation and learn on each action and take action. And it didn't feel appropriate even while looking at it. Artificial intelligence has the pros and cons. Massive data, petabytes of data, it can summarize that. Great, it gives you an idea. It's 90% accurate. It's good enough for me to know what to do next. But when it comes to my life, do you want a car to drive and only use artificial intelligence? No, you have machine learning and automation that says, hey, that's a stop sign, I need to stop. And it has to tell you, and I know I need to stop. Instead of just kind of guessing, I think that's a stop sign, so should we go or not?
Yeah, I've seen a few videos the last few days that seems like that may be what's going on. But so this is a really fascinating, so when we think about agents, when we're talking about, and agentic AI is really, I think, LLMs were kind of the first thing we threw at every problem, but they're really inefficient. They're not necessarily, and to your point, they're pretty prone to hallucination.
Yeah.
I don't like that term because it makes it sound like they make things up. Just to be clear,
it's
the
a fair
hallucination is stuff that was in the training data. We just don't know why.
Right.
So when we go to, microsegmentation is going to help stop that. So I guess we've established that AI is really not doing a great job there. Are there places where you're seeing that AI is really effective in security? Like, what's the low-hanging fruit where people are actually having success? Because I think we need good news on AI and security.
Okay, that's fair. I have worked on multiple AI projects. Probably the most successful platform is, I kind of already mentioned it, is summarization. Just saying what is happening in this very complicated metrics. As you may hear today in the market, there's platformization, large groups of products being acquired by big companies and saying, hey, we can do a little of everything. The problem is now they're doing a little of everything. What is going on in my own environment? I'm buying 14 different products from this one company. So AI is kind of summarizing what is happening based on my environment. That's what it's trying to do. Now, I've seen the implementation of chat and guidance. Guidance works pretty well because you can tailor it and fine-tune it based on relevant information. And generative AI does a pretty good job getting that done at this moment in time, if it's very controlled.
So guidance is more, you might want to think about looking at these things because this is a common thing that we see, blah, blah, blah. In
a cybersecurity scenario, I pull up an incident and it says, hey, based on this MITRE attack, based on other assets that were attacked, you might want to look at these assets based on my discovery, and do you want to learn more about this? And it will guide you through that process. So that part, AI does a pretty good job. Where I would like to see AI go, and this is where it gets a little more scary, is offering true capabilities of saying, okay, based on that, let's make an action, and I created this action for you.
Yeah. And
I would love to see that in the future. It's getting there. It's just not there today.
So what do you think we need? I guess, what's the ideal balance of microsegmentation? Because with AI agents, you need them to be able to touch multiple things, and sometimes you need them to be able to be adaptable. Because it is scary, right? Because I have also seen, like, we were just talking last night with one of my security friends, where he's like, it definitely. The AI told me to just drop this SQL table that I was having issues with. It's like, funny. Just drop the table. He's like, no, we probably shouldn't do that. So what is the ideal balance there? Is it we're using summarization, and then what's the balance between that and microsegmentation, do you think? I know this is if you could figure this out, you'd be the next billionaire.
Probably. The balance is providing information that's relevant for me as probably a network cybersecurity professional. For example, let's say I have my network security stack. Unfortunately, there's been acquisitions. I have Palo Alto's, Fortinet. Like, I have so many different products, some old Cisco's, but it was able to say, hey, based on what I understand in your environment, here's the next guidance. That's probably where it'll go next, is my suspicion. And then from there, it might say we can inject policies into those to make your life easier. How we do it agentless. So it doesn't require configurations on a firewall level or even a Windows level. It just does it based on injection of agentless processes. So it allows you to not change your infrastructure. But I can kind of see the future of AI influencing micro-segmentation going in that direction. Like, how can we make it easier for the customer's whole journey when it comes to policy management and verification through the whole entire stack, including identity. Identity is obviously a focus point.
Yeah, I just wrote an article a couple days ago covering the Palo Alto CyberArk acquisition, and I used the very cliche term that identity is the new perimeter.
Yeah,
because between remote work, contractors, agents, like we have all these different things that need access, need identities, and with agents, it's like, okay, they're making kind of probabilistic decisions. Does that make them, they're non-human, but they're not machine, because machines make binary decisions. So I don't know that anybody's really figured that out yet.
I haven't seen a perfect solution, no, but I have seen some good ideas. And I think that's kind of where a lot of things just start grabbing traction. I mean, look at all the startups. They usually have one really good idea, and then everyone kind of copies it and expands on it, then it grows. So I imagine it's probably going to happen sooner than later, but it probably, you're right, it's probably the next billion-dollar company. It's going to really revolutionize how artificial intelligence is mapping appropriately.
Well, and as soon as you find a good solution, I mean, being in security, we're all kind of mischievous kids, right? So as soon as someone's like, hey, I've got this bulletproof solution, my first thing is like, all I want to do is find a way around it.
Of course.
All I want to do is, like, I was talking to a couple of my security friends last night, and they're like, yeah, we went to this party after hours, and there's a big line at the door, and the bouncer was turning people away, so we knew we had to find a way to sneak in.
Oh my goodness.
Like, they could have just waited in the line and paid the bouncer the $40, right? But they were like, no, we found a fire escape, and I'm like, this is security, people. This is why we can't bring you anywhere.
I don't think a normal person could be a security person.
No.
I mean, I've been asked on stage, like, what would you do to transform our nation, or how we should train our citizens? And I'm like, they have to be all a little crazy. Like, that's the only way I can think
we can't give everybody autism, despite what some people think.
Because you have to, like, be almost a little paranoid, while at the same time being ambitious enough to take something apart and hopefully put it back together better. So,
and insanely intellectually curious, and have a hankering for good trouble. And I think that's the good trouble part is what I think makes a really good security person.
As long as it's good trouble.
Sometimes the line's a little blurry,
like
but
skipping through a bouncer line.
So I guess last question. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up because we don't have a ton of time. I wish we had more time. But if I'm a CISO and I'm trying to figure out, as my team are bringing me all these different AI tools, what is hype and what is practical and what will actually make an impact? Like, what kind of process would you use? Like, what would your decision-making process look like for that, where you're like, okay, we have zero networks, we're doing micro-segmentation. How do I figure out whether this is just another AI hype tool or whether this is actually something that's going to benefit my organization?
I'll start with the AI question. First off, any artificial intelligence platform that's using generative AI, it better explain what it's doing. So if I click, hey, give me a summarization, and it just is a black box, personally, I love the idea. Could be bulletproof, but I don't believe it. Like, I still, it could give me a false positive. I don't know where to look. I can't verify. There's no audit trail. That's a red flag. I would just disconnect. Even if it's the best product and the best name on the market, I'm sorry, I don't trust it today. That's just me. As for zero networks, how the difference is I would look at it from a perspective of how is it learning and how is it impacting your business, and is it creating friction, and is it a journey that's successful? Like, can you actually do it? Or is it something that you're going to struggle on a constant, hey, I have to hire new people, new teams. It's an ongoing effort. We're not ever getting it done. And that's kind of the unfortunate part of micro-segmentation is it's been known to fail or never get completed. And I would say a lot of our customers are not having that conversation. That's why we have not lost any customers. We are very proud of that, and because they continuously use us and it's learning and doing what it's supposed to do. So.
You are making the rubber hit the road.
We're trying.
That's amazing. Chris Boehm, Field CTO for Zero Networks, thank you so much for joining us. This was amazing. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Live from CyberRisk TV, we are at BlackHat 2025. I'm Jackie McGuire. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the air is actually clear today, so we can all breathe. Anybody who was here yesterday, you literally could not see more than half a mile. It was insane, but we are all happy to be here at Hacker Summer Camp. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with lots more insights. If you'd like to check out more about Zero Networks, please visit securityweekly.com/BlackHat or securityweekly.com/ZeroNetworksBH.
Welcome to BlackHat 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview is Tom Pore, Associate Vice President, Sales Engineering at Pentera. Welcome, Tom.
Yeah, Matt, thanks for having me.
We're going to talk about AI and attackers. Obviously, AI is a hot topic. Everybody's talking about it. But this topic's going to talk about how AI is being used by attackers to attack applications, and then how do you prepare your organization to protect against those, right?
Right. Yeah, one of the bigger challenges that we see is applications that are being built by organizations are often novel. Like just one application that an organization is building doesn't necessarily map over to what another organization is doing.
Yeah.
And so as part of that, there's still a huge reliance today on humans to do the testing of these apps. So being context aware has become difficult, and what AI does is it gives us the ability to think and adapt like an attacker would and scale out this testing.
Yeah. But the reason we need that testing is because attackers are using artificial-based intelligence capability. They're already using it,
yeah.
To actually attack us. And so how do we keep up is part of the challenge here, right? Is they're constantly attacking these new applications. We can't test it manually. So how do we prepare ourselves and our applications to be in a better position against all these new attack vectors?
Yeah, so that brings in the continuous idea, right? Yeah. Which is, we're seeing there was a state of pen testing report that showed that I think we're seeing about 36,000 attacks against our external attack infrastructure every second, right? Like the attackers are already using AI. And so if you're just doing that point in time, once or twice a year testing, like there's a massive gap, right? And we know that they're using AI today to attack your infrastructure. And so I think it becomes really important to evolve how we're assessing our applications and the security of our environments.
So you made a new announcement this week about a new capability to use AI to help with some continuous testing, right?
Right. So Pentera is well known for its continuous model of testing. We've added the AI-driven web attack testing, and what this does is it gives us the ability to dynamically generate payloads on the fly, understanding what application could exist and how are we going to exploit that to get access to data.
So I assume it's kind of like an agentic AI. Is it a bot? Or is it just the reason I'm asking is I've been building some agentic AI capabilities in my day job, right? And we're leveraging Selenium and some of the web browsing techniques to, navigate the browser and take screenshots and do some really interesting stuff. Are you using a similar capability to test these apps?
Yeah, something similar, but it's all built in. It's part of our IP. But it goes so much further than just like screenshots, right? So part of this is really identifying like PII. PII is one of the biggest challenges organizations struggle to keep internally. And so we're also leveraging the LLMs and the NLPs to be context aware across the files that Pentera gets access to. So as Pentera is progressing attacks, it'll get access to CSVs, log files, other types of data, and it starts to analyze that data to look for PII and then tie it back and become context aware, like an attacker would, like going through, finding out the data that's most valuable, and then being able to present that back as a critical finding.
Yeah, so it's learning as it's going. Not only is it navigating the website and finding all this stuff, which is in itself pretty amazing what these things can do, right? But as it finds data, it's trying to understand the context of that data. So it figures out, this is social security number data, or this is other types of PII data.
Like an HR record.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
And then it captures that and it creates it as a finding. Does it then try to use it to figure out where to pivot next? Like if you think about an attacker, he says, okay, I found a trove of PII data. I have access to it, so I'm going to exfiltrate it, right, and do whatever. But then they might be able to use some of that data to now pivot to something else? How do you think through that process?
Totally. So Pentera does that today by capturing hashes or extracting credentials. This allows us to do a significantly better job at credential extraction and being able to identify users and passwords and then re-inject that into the recursive approach that Pentera takes, essentially trying to go as deep as possible. And so this is next level, right? And then the other part of this is really tying into something you mentioned, which is being context aware. So a lot of security solutions out there today are just based on English. And so part of this is being culturally and language aware. And so Pentera leveraging AI now gives us that ability. And so like an interesting fact we were talking about, so in the US culture, a default password is going to be like capital P at SSWOR0RD. But that's just the US, right? So it's about being aware of where the systems are and the types of credentials that could be leveraged. It's a very unique capability.
And the language of the website.
Absolutely.
Right? Because if it's in Portuguese, if it's in Spanish, if it's in Italian, all those have different nuances about them, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Interesting. So the other thing was system aware, I think you said, right? So understanding like the operating systems or the languages that are being used, how does that help you better test these applications as well?
Yeah, so a lot of times when somebody's going to go and try to get into a system, like they're going to throw as much at it as possible, and it could be non-specific. And so Pentera is using the data that it finds to get very targeted and become system aware, launching and dynamically building those payloads specific to the application that it's enumerating.
Yeah, so I worked at both Qualys and Tenable back in the early days, vulnerability scanning, right? The first thing you had to do was understand the operating system because certain CVEs, certain checks weren't valid on certain operating systems. So it's a similar process, right? Is once you understand the OS or the language, then certain attacks apply, other attacks don't, which I assume makes the testing a little faster and a little more specific than just trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, but it could even be down to like, how is this application handling authentication? Right, and going even deeper. And so it's about like crafting it in a way like, hey, we understand that this system, maybe it's a WebLogic system and it handles authentication differently. So like, why would we throw any other attack type to authenticate in, or we'll just do something very specific to what we find.
So let's talk about authentication for a second, because I think it's a really interesting challenge when it comes to testing and automated testing, because there's so many different ways to authenticate to systems, right? Username, password, username, move forward to password screen, then you get the multi-factor in there. How have you solved for some of those challenges? Because in order to scale this kind of testing out, you have to be efficient at authenticating to these apps in order to test them.
Yeah, so it's a great question, right? And so a lot of times what we'll find is multi-factor authentication, any type of MFA is not enabled, right? and so we bring in, the context aware based on what we find, as far as PII, and then we've got built-in password cracking. We can tie in lead credentials, and so we're leveraging all of this in order to progress that attack and check, hey, can we actually log into this application? Like, how far can we get? What is the data that we can extract out of it?
Yeah.
And then it's going to go into the concept of, hey, well, we had this supply chain user credential who had access, and now we see that as a leaked identity, and now we can start to ask some questions about, hey, what is this? What data was at risk based on this supply chain?
And let me guess, you do find hard-coded keys and credentials, I would imagine, in some of these files that you're testing for.
Oh, of course.
Because people leave them around all the time.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, like GitHub repos. Love finding, developer workstations with like any sort of hard-coded credential.
Yeah. Hard-coded API keys in them.
Yeah. And I think, what this ability gives us, it's easier. It's not just a regular expression, right? So you're not looking for just a username and password next to each other anymore. It's about, being context aware and understanding, hey, there's this authentication token associated to an identity. They're in like separate files. And so we're going to be able to tie those together and then create that authentication.
Got it.
Yeah.
So where does AI take us into the future from an attack perspective and a defense perspective? Because both are going to accelerate. My guess is, as defenders, we're behind because attackers are already using AI. But what's the future look like in this kind of AI arms race when it comes to offense and defense?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and we're moving to something that we'll call vibe red teaming, right? Which is the ability to take the user out of defining the target and start crafting language. Like let's use this example of elite identity for supply chain and say, hey, based on George at contractor.io who had this leaked identity, does an attack path exist, or can that user access any payroll or finance data? And now the solution will automatically build the target, test, and perform all the testing. It'll do the dynamic payload generation. It'll find the attack path that exists, taking any sort of operator out of the question.
Yeah.
But we're also introducing live red teaming, which we'd be able to also on the fly add context, remove context. Like if we started getting access to, say, developer assets, we could come in and say, no, remove developer assets. This is a red team engagement for finance or payroll only.
Because vibe coding has been a hot topic lately. I was telling you before we started, my board's like, hey, can't you just replace all your engineers with 4 vibe coders out of India? It doesn't quite work that way, but it does produce some really interesting code. And as an attacker, so here's the rub I see in the industry. The attackers don't care if the code's secure or not. They're using it to attack stuff, right? But for us as defenders to use vibe coding, the code needs to be more secure because we don't want it to do something malicious to our environment. So we're in this interesting quandary where the attackers can use vibe coding to generate code very quickly to use as an attack, but are we in a position to use it on the other side? And so it sounds like it's using this vibe red teaming concept to build payloads and things to help protect against it, but with more guardrails than like a true vibe coding environment.
Totally. And I think the big thing that's missing is the acting as the adversary. And that's missing almost any type of defensive solution that you've got out there. And so Pentera is bringing that, now leveraging AI to ask the question like, hey, what is the impact based on any sort of security gap?
Yeah.
And based on my experience with vibe coding, there's a lot of gaps. Yeah. Right. You can tell it to be as secure as possible, but it's
still not secure.
Yeah, it's still not secure.
It's not there yet. Right. And I've seen other solutions that are trying to make it more secure, but it's not secure. But the attackers don't care.
They don't care.
They don't care.
They'll take advantage of it. Yeah.
So I'm a CISO at a Fortune 100 company with lots of brand new web applications. Where do I start? Where do I start this journey? Do I start with this new AI attack web capabilities, or do I start even more simply, right?
Yeah, so I think as a CISO, you're probably having anywhere between 40 and maybe even up as high as 70 or 80 different security solutions out there. And you're probably doing some sort of testing capability once, twice, or if you have compliance, maybe quarterly. But at the rate that your organizations are moving digital transformation, you want to be adopting some sort of continuous testing capability. So the first thing I would do is I would say, hey, let's look in the mirror. Let's figure out what are we testing? What's our coverage? Are we only testing a small environment? Are we only testing one specific application? And I would and start to ask hey, how do we progress this? How do we build a program of continuous testing? And then how do we introduce and leverage AI? And Pentera is a great way to start helping answer those questions and guiding and say, hey, here's a way to look at your program today and areas that would need improvement.
Yeah, because I think that's the hardest part. People just need a starting point, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. And so start with continuous testing and move on from there.
Absolutely.
Tom, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Matt.
Yes. Yeah. To find out more about Pentera, please visit securityweekly.com/PenteraBH. And for all your Black Hat coverage, please visit securityweekly.com/BlackHat. Thanks again, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Stay tuned. We have more live interviews coming from BlackHat 2025.
live. When they tell you live, that's a different effect. I'm telling you right now. Welcome to BlackHat 2025. We're here, CyberRiskTV, recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio. That's what they call it. But it's at Mandalay Bay. I'm not telling you which floor. In Las Vegas. I'm Doug White, and joining me for this interview is Mickey Bresman, the CEO at Semperis. They started letting me talk to CEOs occasionally. Welcome, Mickey. How are you?
Great to be here.
Yeah, cool. So I guess the sort of driving force behind this interview was about Semperis and this report about ransomware. And I'm always interested in ransomware because I always thought it was like the most obvious evolution of hacking. You know, I mean, I came from the old days where people were like, ooh, I managed to get in your system, you know, kind of stuff. And I guess none of us were ever smart enough to get super rich by thinking, you know, I could make these guys pay me. I mean, really, and it was when I first started seeing ransomware, I was so shocked. So you want to just give us a little background on what's going on in ransomware right now?
Sure. So first of all, to your comment, we have this saying that we adopted over the years that hacker is not a bad word. And the reason that we're saying is because not everyone who is breaking into things is necessarily criminal, and we should make the distinction between the two. Just because
I always say attackers, actually.
Yeah,
usually when I'm talking about the old days, I usually say hackers because that was what everybody just sort of referred to, people that were working in these kind of things. And then, in the modern age, I almost never say hackers because I don't like that. I don't like that. I agree with you. Attackers is a better word.
Yeah. Oh, bad actors, because
actors.
That's kind of what. But anyway, going back, things definitely evolved. Right? If you remember the years of when we had just viruses and things like that, that was a very different game. What's interesting to me is that actually ransomware is also evolved, and some of it we actually showed in the report that even to me at least was an eye opener. What I'm saying that things have evolved. If you think about ransomware evolution, the initial stage was I get into your data, I encrypt it, and now I'm asking for money in order to release it. Yeah. The next step of that evolution was basically I steal your data, I encrypt your data, and now I have two ways to basically ask for money. One hand, I might publish it, so you probably want to pay me to avoid the publication. Yes. And the other one is you want me to help you to decrypt it back. And I think now we're seeing like the third evolution of that, where in my mind, the way to think about it, and that's going back to the criminal type of an approach, is that it's been proven that industry makes a lot of money. And when that happens, you see way more of an organized crime. And because of that, we see a lot of different things that are starting to happen because it's not, a script kiddo sitting somewhere in the basement. Right. It's really well organized now. So one of the things that we saw is that this blend between the virtual and the physical world starting to happen, where this story that I shared about a CISO that I had the chat with, where when they were going through their ransomware event, what happened with them is that one of the IT guys got a picture of his daughter playing in the park. So somebody actually had to take that picture, send to him, and it basically said, you should not show up to work today. And this is even before he knew what's happening. But imagine, I was just thinking about myself. I have kids as well. So my thinking was, if I were to get that type of an email, what would be my response? And it's also from experience, it's always easy to think about those. We're sitting in this nice room in the Mandalay Bay, as you mentioned. Yeah. We're not going to say which floor, but it's very different once you get it and it's like hits you in reality. And I think that's one of the evolutions that we're seeing because of the business that ransomware have become. We're seeing this progression of way more organized crime and what it actually means when you really have heavy hitters, a lot of money coming in. How does that affect the whole industry?
But that I completely agree with what you said. I mean, about this has become like an industry, but that doesn't exclude all the dinky people either, because it's so easy to get into this, either through ransomware as a service operations where the organized crime types are selling you crime, which is kind of a new idea. I guess I never thought about that in terms of physical crime. But then it's still today even easier, I think, for script kiddies to just go out and buy a framework or a toolkit pre-built, and I know they'll even sell you one for specific industries, and you can even buy access to specific networks.
So the whole organization or the way that it works now is way more sophisticated. What I mean by that is that you have specific players for different stages of the attack. You'll have somebody that will create the encryption. You have somebody else that will make sure that they get the initial hold of the environment. And then you have the third person or third company that would come in and actually do the actual deed. What's more interesting from my perspective is that, sometimes how do you know like who you are dealing with? If on the negotiation stage, they're asking for something which is way smaller than what you would expect, then you know that they don't even know what was encrypted. They just know that they encrypted something. That might be the same, non-sophisticated attacker that just got a tool and used it. Which, by the way, also interesting, because I would argue that in many cases today, you don't even have to have technical skill sets. You simply have somebody else that does the whole software for you, somebody else you're paying to get the access. So you're only kind of negotiating the ransom, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I mean, I would think now, I was just thinking about this, you could probably even have people that are just faking it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when it was encryption, you could see. So if somebody encrypts my drive, I go, oh, the drive's encrypted. And I've responded to those where people said, do you know what's going on here? Our machine won't boot, and you're like, oh yeah, your drive's encrypted. But you could almost, with this exfiltration stuff, just call people and say, we have your data. Because I did a case like that.
Yep.
There was no data, but this person was extorting money who said he had video data. And somebody obviously been doing something they shouldn't have done.
That reminds me a lot the Nigerian prince emails that we all very used to. But
the classic.
Yeah, I agree with you. But if you send enough of those, then somebody probably going to reply and give you some money. But I think for going back to the organizations and the larger companies out there, that's not going to work because they will all ask for some proof. They will want to know who they're dealing with.
I mean, we've evolved beyond that.
But then also, like, going back to the fact that it's all criminals that we're dealing with, this idea that you can pay and they will actually get rid of your data, they will not publish it. We saw it falls apart several times. Like, we even seen situation without mentioning the specific although it was all publicly in the news, but this healthcare provider that got encrypted, paid the money, also paid for the data not to be leaked. And then it turned out that there was another associate because the cyber criminals now it's really organized crime. And one of them was not paid as much as they were expecting. So now all of a sudden you paid this side, but that side is saying, no, you actually need to pay me as well.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, when I've had clients call me, and I'm usually somebody they call when they don't have a lot of money and resources, they call me and say, I was in your class, I heard you speak or something, could you just give me some advice? My advice has always been what the FBI said, which is don't pay them, because that's always been the advice in almost all extortion scams since the dawn of time is don't pay them because they're criminals. You pay them, they either turn around and say, okay, you can pay me some more. Oh, you want this back? Yeah. Or they just take your money and run, or maybe, who knows. But what's your advice?
Yeah, so generally speaking, I say the exact same thing as you just said. I always remind people that when you pay ransom, it's not going to go for anything, like a good cause.
Well, yeah.
It's going to go, and by the way, you don't know where it's going, right? So it might be the case that it's going for some foreign government, that is actually going to buy weapons, and it might be used against, exactly. And then in other cases, it's just criminals, which is also not an amazing thing. And to your point as well, we've seen multiple times that people paid and then they got the wrong decryption keys and the data got leaked in any case. So that's not the best thing to do. With that said, seeing some of the situations that what actually happened, I can understand why in some cases people do decide to try and pay, because many they feel that they don't have any other option. What I'm always kind of thinking about is the healthcare industry. Why I'm always thinking about, and there is plenty of, we can talk about the water management and many others that have huge impact on our lives. Right. But in healthcare, you basically get it like an immediate impact. I have patients. The patients potentially will not be able to get the type of treatment that they need, which might lead to loss of life. So if you are in that type of a situation and you don't have, a response plan, and you don't have the tools to basically bounce back, and maybe you don't have a backup, which sounds really weird in this day of age, but it still happens. If you don't have the backup, if you didn't try the recovery, if you don't have a plan, if you don't have, out-of-band communication, all of that stuff, you're left with very little options.
Well, I mean, I used to do disaster planning for people. So this was like, and one of the very first things that we would do is I show up, your CIO or whomever it is that's being tested comes out, and I said, okay, this morning the building fell down. You just showed up, the building fell down. What's your first move? And I was always shocked when they said, I'll call Steve. And I went, call him. And they went, Dan, do you have Steve's number? I need to call. And they're like, Steve retired. He's not here anymore. And I'm like, okay, Steve's not here. And if they said they were going to call Steve, I go, Steve was in the building. Now who do you call? Because I wanted them to have a response plan. And I'm always shocked that plenty of people don't have a response plan. So listen, all of you, you should have a response plan right now. Just like at this moment, assume that Mickey and I just ransomwared you. What's your first move? Like right now, what are you doing? Because everything is locked up and we have your data. So, I mean, I think you and I are pretty much on the same page with that.
So the only thing that I will add is that we do run tabletops for customers, and I sometimes see customers run those without us, where they just invite us to watch what they're doing so we can provide some advice after the fact. You always should assume exactly what you did. You always should assume, let's say that Steve is the decision maker. And let's say that he's the only one that can say that we can start the recovery process. But let's assume for a minute that Steve is right now diving in the Bahamas. And we can't get a hold of him. At what point in time do we decide that we should call Bill now? Or at what point in time can somebody else make the decision that, no, we should actually be doing that? When you start, my main point is that when you do a tabletop exercise, which is a very well practiced PowerPoint, and everything is, we're going to do this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, it looks amazing. Of course. Unless you have somebody in the room that says, you're out, and keep going. So now let's see what the actual recovery plan looks like.
No, I learned this from an exercise. I was doing an exercise with the state police one time, and it was a national level exercise. And literally, I walked in on the second day of the exercise, and the person walked up to me and they said, the sergeant was killed in a traffic accident this morning. I was like, what? And he was like, I'm supposed to say exercise around that. I was like, oh my God, you're in charge now. And it was like literally one of the most stressful days of my entire life, because don't kid yourself, I guess, is very what I've seen is people say, I call Steve says everything's fine and runs a backup cycle and we're done. Are we finished here? And I'm like, not even close. Because you have to test it. I mean, you have to actually test it. And it's like restoring backups is another one. But backups won't save you now. Now, you did say there was a decrease in the amount of ransoms too that was going on.
A slight one. So I'm very happy that there is some decrease. But I also want to be realistic. This is a report that compares data to about a year ago. The decrease is not huge. Okay. And I will not be surprised if in a year from now we're back to increase. I mean, it's not always the exact same number.
Yeah, I mean, there's always, this is part of your response plan too. There is this should we pay? I mean, it's kind of the settle versus go to court argument, because sometimes even if you're right, settling is the cheaper option. I mean, that sounds kind of cynical, but it's very true.
That's the reality, right? But I think when it comes to the actual response, some things maybe just to leave people with something to think about. You definitely want to make sure that you have your cyber insurance involved. And you want to make sure that you know how to engage them in the case that you actually have something happening, because you will need it. You want to make sure that your legal team gets engaged. And especially the biggest advice that maybe is have an external counsel that is what their job. Get involved, because otherwise you will be in a world of pain after the fact. Especially if you're a publicly trading company or in one of the more sensitive industries, you have reporting that you have to provide, sometimes 72 hours, sometimes 96, depends on where you are, but it still have to go out. And one of the things that you don't want is saying specifically, Steve said that we should do that. That's not always the ideal thing.
Yeah.
So getting your legal involved, you want to make sure that you have out-of-band communication. What I mean by that is that please don't rely on WhatsApp or Signal. That's not the way to go, right? So make sure that you thought about those ahead of time. And then also make sure that your disaster recovery solution is not dependent on the system that you're trying to recover.
Yes.
It might sound silly and obvious, but as an example, if you need to log in to your data recovery solution by using Active Directory credentials, which is very common, when Active Directory goes away, you cannot access that anymore. So what's your plan? How do you plan to deal with those type of scenarios?
Yeah, I mean, we dealt with this a lot with early backups, but when backups were really the big push, because of ransomware, like you said, that first wave of ransomware, just can you restore this? And I saw any number of companies who couldn't even get the keys to their backups without being able to access this very system that's going to be encrypted. And so, yeah, you might want to test all that, and with the assumption you can't get into the main system. And as the cloud has started to manage that globally, if that's what got ransomware, you're going to have a really, really bad problem.
No, it's like going back to your previous point, right? That I think was a great one, where you said, "Oh, I'm just called Steve, and Steve just going to click something and it will be recovered." No. Have Steve actually try to do it.
Absolutely.
And have him try to do it when some of the systems are not available to him, and see what happens. What if my storage goes away? Do I have a dependency? What if my networking goes away?
Yeah.
Do I have a dependency? How do I recover if the machines are currently unavailable and need to switch somewhere else? Those things and also a big takeaway, it's much easier to do things on paper. But unfortunately, that's not what's going to happen in reality.
I mean, I remember doing EMA stuff and just saying, okay, your cell phones don't work.
Right.
And they were like, oh, and they had a plan. They had these 800 megahertz radios they were always talking about. I was like, okay, get them out. And they were like, what? I was like, no, get them out. Let's do it. Like, get me an 800 megahertz radio. And they went and got them. They have batteries for them. Half of them didn't work. They've been laying on a shelf somewhere for 25 years. And, they're like, so yeah, this isn't the best solution. And they had to work on that. So I think that's some great points from you. I wish I had longer to talk to you. I got a lot more questions. But thank you, Mickey Bresman, for joining us today. To find out more about Semperis, please visit securityweekly.com/SemperisBH. And for all our BlackHat 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/BlackHat. Thanks again, Mickey, for the conversation. Stick around. We'll be right back after the break with even more interviews live from BlackHat 2025 here in sunny Las Vegas. Oh, it's BlackHat. BlackHat 2025 in sunny Las Vegas, where, you know, when you look at the thermometer, you think it's actually your blood pressure and heart rate or something, but, you know, we're here. And we're recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studios in the beautiful and air-conditioned Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. I'm not telling you which floor, but I am your host, Doug White, and joining me for this interview is Teresa Lanowitz, the Chief Evangelist, a title I've always wanted to hold at Level Blue. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, Doug. It's great to be here with you in balmy Las Vegas.
Balmy, even, yeah.
Balmy,
They said
yeah.
it was cooler today. My Uber driver yesterday was like, "Oh, it's not so bad today." I was like, "Oh," it was, you know, it was like 68 degrees at my house.
Scorched,
And,
yes.
yeah, I walk out of the airport, and it was like when I used to be a consultant in Houston, and I would fly down there from New York and just be like, "Oh, what is this? Why does anyone live here?" But well, I was really excited to see you on here because I love to talk about supply chain. I've been terrified about supply chain for a long time, a lot longer than it was a term. I mean, I'd never heard a term for it until recently. Like, maybe tell us a little bit about how you define supply chain.
Absolutely. And I'm with Level Blue. And what we did at Level Blue recently is we conducted research, 1,500 cybersecurity professionals, C-level -1, -2, across 16 different countries and 7 different industry verticals. And we were able to discern some really great information about the software supply chain. And if you look at the software supply chain, the way we define it is all of the tools, the processes, the libraries, the code that goes into building, publishing, and creating that software artifact.
So I guess what started getting me scared about this was the minute that I sat down and I used someone else's code. So I mean, this is way back now. So this is like way back. And I had a job. I was responsible for lots of code, and I'm very mine. But I couldn't do it all.
Right.
I mean, there was just no way. And I had to farm some of it out. And I said, "Can you write this module for me, John?" And John said, "Sure." Now, it wasn't good.
And John was a human being, right?
No, John was
Okay.
absolutely a human being. But back then, that was all sci-fi stuff.
Yeah.
John was a literal, walking, breathing human being, at least as far as I know. And the code wasn't great. And I was like, and I had to redo a lot of it. And if I had just stuck it into, now we had a good process. It was a bank, so we had a good process for making sure bad things didn't get into print. But today, I find myself more and more just, I need something, it's sitting right there in PyPy. I'm like, Numpy, my friend, you know, and not to run down our NumPy, different people argue about my pronunciation of Numpy, but Numpy sounds so cool. I mean, you obviously see that in your studies, like how much of this stuff is going on.
Right. And there are 3 big things that are really driving the software supply chain right now. Because you mentioned that several years ago, it was a term that we really didn't have in the industry, and it's become quite popular over the past couple of years. And there are really 3 things that are driving that. First thing is, it is in the zeitgeist of 2025. The second thing is that we're really in the API economy. And the third thing, and this is what you're alluding to, is software acquisition. So if we take a look at the zeitgeist of 2025, we see large mega companies inside the United States writing to their software suppliers in open letters saying, "Hey, you know, we want security over features and functionality. It's okay if we go a little bit slower because we want security first." Then you take a look at the second thing of living in that API economy, where the API is really the communications glue that allows applications, devices, businesses, companies, different industries to really connect and talk to one another. And that expands the attack surface, certainly. And then the third thing is really software acquisition. Where are we getting our software from? And we're getting our software today from a variety of places. We're getting it internally developed, that you developed and then John developed, which wasn't very good in your assessment. So internally developed. We have commercial off-the-shelf software. We have open source repositories, which 20 years ago we would have never thought, oh, we can go out to an open source repository and get pretty much anything we want. And then the big thing that we're seeing today is AI generated code. So our software supply chain is just expanding, the attack surface is expanding, and it is now firmly in the zeitgeist of 2025. You know, we've seen a lot of software supply chain attacks over the past several months as well. And so that's really, really kind of sounding the alarm for organizations to say, oh, I really need to take a look at where my software is coming from and what it is that I'm building.
And I see how that AI driven and AI LLM generated stuff is so addictive, because even in my own work, it's like I went from no, never, I will not do this, I will not touch this stuff, I don't trust it, never, to, well, maybe just for this thing, or maybe just to test, and then, I can get this module to work, and the next thing you know, you're like, ChatGPT, like, write that code, I'll be over here and having a beer, and that scares me, because I notice what the LLMs tell me. Like, they almost always start with, be sure this module's installed and be sure that module's installed, and we start plugging those modules in. And I'm worried about that dependency chain, which is really the supply chain. How do we manage that? I mean, where does that go? Because I always took on my show about Augustus de Morgan, who said big fleas have little fleas upon their backs to bite them. And I see that with these modules. It's like, I installed this module. That module got 5 modules to install. Those 5 modules have 7 modules to install. And the next thing you know, I've got hundreds of modules. I have no idea where they came from, and I'm terrified. What do we do about it?
Yeah, you're bringing up the really interesting component of writing AI-generated code. You're actually checking it from a human being's perspective, right? I mean, you're going in there, you're applying your years of software development knowledge, and you're saying, this module isn't so great. This module is passable. Oh, this defect is now inserted in here. So what we're seeing is a lot of AI-generated code is being put into open source repositories. They're being put in there with oftentimes empty packages. A software developer can then come around, say, oh yes, that sounds exactly like the package that I might need, take it, and it's empty inside, because they're not applying that human element to it. So in the software supply chain, there's always that human element. You always have to be able to go back and check and verify, because if you're just relying upon AI-generated code, you can get a lot of defects. You can get bloated code. And this is something that a lot of the people in the performance engineering community are talking about right now is, all of this source code is just so big and so bloated that we're seeing performance really take a hit because of this, because we don't have people who are going through there with that knowledge saying, oh, let's take a look at this and let's see what's going on here.
Is that what you call supply chain visibility? I mean, is that the term, or have I got that kind of off?
That's part of it, right? So the software supply chain visibility is understanding, where is your software coming from? What tools are you using? What libraries are you using? What components are you using? And that supply chain visibility is really linked to breaches. And in our research, what we found is that people with low visibility, so 80% of organizations with low visibility in their software supply chain, meaning they don't really understand where the software is coming from, they're not working with their third-party suppliers to understand what their security practices are. 80% of people with low visibility had a breach in the past 12 months. Now, if we contrast that with 6% of the organizations who told us they have high visibility and they had a breach, that's a big, big difference. And you also take a look at that, and then you start to say, well, if I have high visibility into my software supply chain, I understand where the software is coming from, I understand the security practices of my suppliers that I'm bringing in here. I may be working with a trusted third-party supplier that I've been working with for decades, and they do really great code reviews. Now, I'm going to do my own code review, of course, to make sure that what they're doing is fitting with my security practices. So understanding the security practices of your third-party suppliers. That also says that you can be more innovative, and it gives you less risk in looking at things such as maybe unsupported software, understanding third-party supply chain, understanding open source code that you might be bringing from a repository, and so on. So that gives you far more confidence in order to really innovate.
So it's almost like a certified like SBOM kind of thing that you really need to have. I mean, I would if you were telling me right now, like you and I were talking before we recorded about one of my classes, I don't care. That sounds bad. I don't care about this environment because it's a total test laboratory environment for a student playground. I'm not concerned. Vulnerability is good. Nobody can get to it except the students. So I like that. But if I was trying to push this code, I would be absolutely terrified, because I was looking at it and I'm like, libraries piled on top of libraries on top of libraries. Even if I had the SBOM, I don't know that it would help me. It's like reading the back of a box of cereal and going, what's in this? And there's words you can't pronounce. And you're going, should I eat this or not? And, you kind of have to just leave it there.
Well, that SBOM, the software bill of materials, having that inventory, that cargo list, if you will, codified list of everything that's in that piece of software and where it came from, if there is some type of vulnerability that is exploited, you should then be able to really go back and say, oh, I got this from this open source repository. Oh, my third-party supplier that I've been working with for decades wrote that. Or that's a library that's been inside of our organization for 25 years and I just pulled it up.
Well, this is I promise this is the gotcha question. It's not. But I want to ask it. I just thought of it. When you were talking about the correlation between the visibility and so on, I wonder how vibe coding stuff is affecting that, because vibe coding, if you're not familiar with the term, means that instead of a developer, you have somebody who just says, hey, ChatGPT, we need a UI for the ATM machine. Make it purple, maybe. I mean, do you think that could have a big impact there?
Huge impact. Absolutely huge impact. And this idea of vibe coding, a lot of people are using it. And as you mentioned, if you're going into production with some of this software, you better understand what your SBOM is. You better understand what your vulnerabilities are. If you're working with third-party suppliers, you should know their security practices. So this idea of vibe coding, what it does is it allows a lot of organizations to just go and say, hey, write me, a module that does X, Y, Z. And, I'm going to put it in my favorite open source repository with this really attractive name. And maybe it's empty. Maybe the vibe code said, well, I kind of can't do that work for you. Maybe you should be doing that work on your own. So, but you then go ahead and publish it to that open source repository because you didn't really check. You thought, well, I vibe coded it, everything's fine with it. Then the next person comes along, takes it because it's an attractive name, says, yes, this is something that I would definitely use. And it could be empty. It may be empty. The developer might not be checking. Then what you get to is slop squatting with just a bunch of empty modules all over the place, leading to more vulnerabilities that can be exported, leading to ways in for an adversary and so on. So this idea of vibe coding, while there are some really good ideas that can come from it, you really, again, have to bring in that human element. And that's a big, big part of the software supply chain.
So that does almost make me think that it shifts a lot of this focus up into what in my day was called systems analyst, because I was a systems analyst, and so part of my job was to review other people's code. So somebody sends me a module, I say, dude, this isn't going to work. You've really screwed this up or whatever. So do you think that is going to be a big growing sector? Is this sort of, I don't know what to call it, QA systems, and you may know what to call it, is QA systems analyst kind of role?
I was a big person in the QA world for a long, long time as well. I was an analyst with Gartner, software quality assurance, big area. And one of the things we've gotten away from probably in the past 2 decades is this idea of good, solid software engineering, where you really have all the stakeholders. You're bringing in the business analyst who may have gone off and gathered requirements, the functional requirements, the non-functional requirements. Functional requirements meaning how the software actually works, but the non-functional requirements, let's look at things such as performance and security. And for a long, long time, the industry really ignored those non-functional requirements. Now this idea of vibe coding is bringing back this idea of saying, hey, we have to have good software engineering, good software engineering practices. It's not about let's just put something out because we can. And that goes back to one of the things I talked about earlier with the whole idea of the software supply chain is it's really within the zeitgeist of 2025. You have major corporations calling for security over features, security over speed to market. So I think that we're going to get back to that because we see some of the flaws that some of these newer types of coding are introducing. That's not saying that we're not going to see these types of things become more popular in the future, but we have to go back to basics to understand from a software engineering perspective what we're doing.
Well, yeah, I had a person named Marion. Hi, Marion. I don't know if Marion's still around, but that would not let you commit. Marion was not a coder. She didn't know anything about code, but she knew about signatures on forms.
Yep.
And unless all those people had signed, and approved and all the tests had been done, she was not going to allow this to commit to
Right.
prod. And I think we need to get back to that. We got into this world of just spaghetti coding, pseudocoding, whatever,
Yep.
and now it's vibe coding or whatever. What is it, the ultimate, though? What should we do? What do we need to do? Is it open source? Is it visibility? Is it SBOMs? All the above?
All the above. It's visibility into your software supply chain and visibility with the software suppliers that you're working with. So whether you are bringing code in from open source repositories, trusted third-party advisors that you've worked with for decades, AI-generated code, commercial off-the-shelf software, you have to understand the security practices, the security procedures that they're using within the side of their own organization. And also going back to that idea of good software engineering practices, good software engineering hygiene, that's a big, big part of it. And you take a look at some of these other things that adversaries are doing right now, living off the land attacks. They know where the vulnerabilities are inside of source code, whether it be open source code, whether it be commercial off-the-shelf software, code that you've written, they know where the vulnerabilities are. They can just use those to get into your system.
Why wouldn't you?
Right. It's easier, right?
It's all real scary to me. But thank you, Teresa Lanowitz, for joining us today. If you want to find out more about Level Blue, please visit securityweekly.com/levelbluebh. For all BlackHat 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/blackhat. Thanks again, Teresa. And we will be here all week, and we'll have some more stuff after the break for you. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Doug. It was great to be here.
Yay.
Welcome to BlackHat 2025. We're here, still recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio at Mandalay Bay here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's only 100-ish degrees outside. It's actually not that hot this year. I'm your host, Matt Alderman. Joining me for this interview segment is Josh Lemos. He's the Chief Information Security Officer at GitLab. Welcome, Josh.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to talk about, so you guys did a report with executives, C-suite about AI. Obviously, it's a hot topic. And a lot of conversations we're having with folks here at the event is all somehow strung into AI. I'm curious, some of the highlights from the report, because if I'm an executive, let me preface this a little bit. I'm an executive. We're trying to figure out how to leverage artificial intelligence to speed up business adoption, transformation, innovation, et cetera. I don't care what security says. We're going to do it one way or another, right? Do they really understand the risks of AI? What do you find in your report? Because I'm kind of intrigued.
In our report, we found that people are using AI, right? The security teams know people are using AI, and that is going to fall into a couple of different categories of usage. There is we have embraced AI, we've adopted it, and we're going to use it, and we're going to wrap some governance around it. There's this sort of second category where they have pockets of adoption for different use cases and and that can be divided by, part of engineering is using it, or the finance team is using it, or IT is using it in some way. And then there's the people that think they're not using AI, and we call those people generally wrong, right?
Generally wrong.
People are they are incredibly adaptable. Yeah. The benefits that they're getting in terms of their own productivity is going to outweigh any kind of policy or governance. So when I hear those kinds of things come out in the report, the question becomes, how do we start to enable those things safely, and how do we provide AI governance around it?
Because I did a very simple test the other day. At my day job, we produce a dashboard. We do a lot of risk quant. I took a screenshot of that dashboard. I sent it to ChatGPT, and I said, summarize this dashboard for a chief financial officer. It was highly accurate. It's amazing what you can do with these technologies, which means people are going to find a way to use them.
Absolutely.
Right? But did I violate a policy because I went to ChatGPT? Well, you didn't block me at the firewall. Right? So it's really hard to get your arms around this sometimes as an organization. So how do you start the journey of, let's start with AI governance first, from a governance perspective. What do you have to think about when it comes to AI governance? Then I want to get into all right, now what do we do? How do we actually put some security and some guardrails around artificial intelligence usage?
So one of the ways we've thought about AI governance is through the lens of what can we avail that gives us the right level of security assurances, both in the technology and the handling of our data within those tools. Yeah. We back a lot of our Duo products with Anthropic Sonnet models, and those are relationships which we built over time, where we had our security requirements built in terms of data retention, data deletion, and then once we did that, to give our customers visibility, we launched our AI Transparency Center, and that allows customers to see for their own adoption how we're using models, what are backing each of the features, and then they can decide, I'm comfortable sharing my data here, I'm not comfortable, right. And it allows them to make decisions. So I think the first step in AI governance is get your visibility, understand what is your relative risk or attack surface, and do that in partnership with those tools and vendors. And the days of AI I think are long past us.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like security back in the day. It was no. Yeah. But AI is not going to be a no. It's going to be, we're going to do it and figure out what you can. When you think about transparency and the AI governance stuff, where do certifications fall into the mix? I actually did a segment on Business Security Weekly, a company that went through ISO 42001 certification. Mm-hmm. Do you see that as part of that kind of transparency trust center, that going through some level of certification around AI is a good thing? Or
I don't see that why in third-party risk management do people ask for an ISO 27001, right? Like they want to know that you at least thought about these problems.
Right.
And I look at 42001 in like through the same lens, right?
Yeah.
We are going through 42001. We also have our transparency center, but we want our customers to know we've thought about these problems.
Right.
We have controls in place to manage the risk in accordance with this framework. And so as you think about adoption, you can have at least that level of assurance. Now, don't stop there, right? This is your data.
Yeah.
This is your source code in the case of GitLab. And so we want you to think through how you want to use our features and capabilities, but we're there to provide that transparency so you can adopt it and get the benefits of velocity and that transformation you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. So transparency, now I start to build these things. How do I start to secure these, right? I mean, when you start thinking about this, okay, I've decided that I'm going to leverage AI. I'm going to now use it. I'm going to build an agentic, agentic's the term of the year right now. I'm going to build this agentic bot to go do these things in my business, but building it and then securing it are kind of two different components here, right? And so we were talking earlier today, you know, this kind of hype around vibe coding, right? But vibe coding is not secure coding per se, right? But I could build a bot, I could build code with it, but then securing it, right? And so the same thing, even if I put these governance guardrails in place, I've got these trusts built in, I still need to do some level of guardrail security validation. So what does that look like in an AI world?
So in terms of software development, it doesn't change the fundamentals very much. Code is going to be code. It's generated by an LLM, it's generated by a staff level developer, or it's generated by an intern. It's all going to have to go through a build pipeline of some sort.
Right.
And so our thesis is that as long as you're building code, it should go through the same low friction security checks that you would run on any of your code. It doesn't matter. Like you could vibe code it, great. Like
right.
We'll make sure that it's secure. It may not like perform the way you want it to. I don't think that that's really our sort of place as security practitioners to decide what the performance attribute should be.
Yeah.
But we should be there to validate how the code is, what the code at least is making it through the pipeline, that is secured to whatever your base level is for any of your tools. A lot of the agentic workflow stuff, the benefits are not necessarily just in the code generation. It's in all the other tasks. When you go to write a service, what's the first thing you do? You create a repository, you write a README, you do all of these things. Those are sort of low value tasks that you have to do. Where you can start to offload those to teams, that's a very low risk security activity.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna, create a repo, put some docs together, and like if you have a good prompt, you might get like hours worth of savings in that. So you can actually get to the thing that you're good at and want to do, which is write the service in the first place.
Right. Yeah, I remember the day where we had document our APIs, right? Yeah. And Swagger Docs. If you can automate those tasks really easily now, hey, there's all the documentation sitting in my repo.
And the second order benefit to that is security teams can then know what those APIs actually do.
Yes.
Right? It doesn't have to be a perfect doc spec to understand. The fact that you have documentation there and you have a sense of what your assets are gets us to that first principle of security, of visibility and observability.
Right. Exactly. We were talking a little earlier about agentic from a task-based perspective, and you said something really interesting. When I build an agent, for me, it does something specific. It's kind of personalized to the individual. However, and this is where I see the value of agentic, but still some challenges, is when you broaden its use case, whether it's multitask and stringing them together or multiple users, like a team usage of that. Talk a little bit about where you see some of the capabilities around agentic going.
Yeah. In our early use cases for agentic, you saw a lot of linearity between the developer IDE and the source code repository, and it was expressing value for an individual developer. Whether that was code generation or code refactoring, those identities sort of traversed on a linear plane, north-south, if you will. Now that we have agentic AI, we're starting to go a little bit more east-west. And so as you deploy MCP servers and you have plurality of agents, you can then start to move in directions that are nonlinear in some sense or fashion, right? Pulling in different inputs, which create new access and design patterns that weren't initially thought of. And the next evolution of that is like, how does that express value at a team level? So where we were first, going kind of north-south, and now we're going east-west, now we have maybe a team performs a certain set of actions. They, have certain rituals around their code review, or they have other practices. And now they're going to have agents that exercise some of those rituals for them, right? Or as a team or as a group. Now, whose identity is that team agent? Is it the service owner? Is it the code owner? Is it the VP of the department? There's some decisions that need to be made around how you think about governing those different agents, who's accountable to those outputs, and then who monitors and manages that estate as you have this sort of cohort.
And especially across multiple teams.
Across multiple teams.
Right.
Across
it's easier when you're a smaller startup like I am, and it's one team. But when you're Amazon, it's hundreds of teams, right? And so who owns those and how are they used across different teams could get really interesting, right?
Yeah. I see that as being really the future of where non-human identity comes into play. Sort of how do we think about attribution and then audit trails, right? Because one of the things we want is we want these things to express their velocity benefits. But we also, as security practitioners, want to know what happened and be able to do some root cause analysis when things don't go the way we planned.
Yeah, so let me give you a good example of that, right? So we've been building an agentic AI that logs in and does some very simple things, right? It logs in, it finds settings, it goes in, inventories all the different settings, grabs screenshots, pulls that back so you can analyze your control posture, right? It's a control automation state. The bot does a great job. It does its task, it answers the controls, it's great. Here's the challenge. How do I get CISOs to trust that bot to log into their CRM to actually go perform those tasks? So to get the benefit gains of not doing it manually, you have to build some level of trust. And so therefore you have to know, what's the bot doing? How do I see what it's doing? How do I get an audit trail from it? Because otherwise, you probably don't necessarily trust it, do you?
I think that the question of trust about bots is the one that comes up most often. And there are a couple of things to consider. We still have our IAM security fundamentals to consider. When you're creating an identity for a bot, if it's only doing all the read actions, you don't need the full suite of CRUD operations. You can say, this is a read-only bot. I know that because it's provisioned in your system to only have read access. And then and in your audit logs, you can say these are also attributable in your audit logs to this identity. And this identity happens to be not a human, but something that was instantiated by a human. And I think that those two controls give you the right level of insight and build trust through that transparency.
Yeah, but let me play devil's advocate for 1 second, because I said the same thing. But even with read-only access, I could still exfiltrate a bunch of data from your system through read-only access because I'm grabbing screenshots and I'm pulling that out. How do I know that it only has access to the right parts of the application and not all the other stuff? So in the case of what I'm building for, it's all about automating compliance and configuration settings. But in theory, I also have access to all your clients, all the client contracts. I could screenshot all that too, right? So again, this level of trust, I think, is where we move next.
I would ask you, what if that bot, instead of being a bot, was, say, a early in career employee who had just joined your company? What would your security team do if they saw this new employee all of a sudden accessing all these customer records? Would your insider threat program catch that?
Would it catch it?
We should have those same level of assurances, whether it's human or non-human.
So leveraging your existing other tools in the pipeline to monitor these things, even though they're not humans, they're agentic.
Exactly.
Josh, thank you so much for joining us.
Matt, it's a pleasure.
To learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/GitLabBH. For all your Black Hat 2025 coverage, please visit securityweekly.com/BlackHat. Thanks again, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay tuned. We're going to do the final wrap up from day one at Black Hat 2025. Welcome back to BlackHat 2025. It's day one wrap up. Can you believe it? First day is in the books.
I know, but it's early.
It's early.
Usually
now,
it's like 6 p.m.
Yeah,
when
I
we're
know.
doing this.
So I tell the story, right? Paul and I did this the first year. We did it in 2019 in a suite just like this, right?
You did.
We actually had 2 of them. And we were rotating every 15 minutes. We did 28 interviews in 2 days. I was exhausted.
I was there
at the end. Yeah, you guys were here. This seemed easy today. I don't know. I think Sam and Renee and everybody did a great job just getting us a succinct set of interviews. We're doing them over 3 days. So good coverage, but not too stressful.
Yeah, I think over all these many years of us doing this, they've come up with, really good, consistent systems instead of like the early days where it was just kind of like go crazy, hang on, light cigars in the suite.
Oh, yeah.
And,
We had cigars.
And there's 14 bottles of alcohol sitting
right
over there,
was
which
the
that
bar.
probably didn't help keep things on track.
No, it didn't. Somebody asked. Oh, it was Mickey.
He did?
He asked, he goes, were you guys smoking cigars back in here in 2019? I said, of course we were.
In 2019, because I told people, that was the first thing Paul said when he walked in, was he was like, what's the fine? And he asked Sam, he was like, what's the fine for lighting cigars in here? And she was like, I think it's like $500 or $700, Paul. And he was like, okay, good. Yep. And it was like, here we go.
They didn't charge us, by the way.
No, they didn't. Yeah, just don't tell them. They may charge you now.
Right.
But
any themes you've detected so far in the day one interviews?
Well, I think definitely AI is a theme that's going on. I did have a few people talking about identity management kind of issues, although we always kind of end up going back to AI. And we talked about supply chain, which slowly worked our way back to AI.
It did too, yeah. And so it was interesting because I've gotten AI from 3 different angles already in day one. It's a hot topic. And I think it's a hot topic because regardless of what security says, businesses are trying to figure out how to use it. Mm-hmm. They're going to use it. They're using it, whether we like it or not, as security practitioners. So the question is, what do we do about it, right? And how do we build guardrails around it, and how do we secure it, et cetera? And so it's definitely a hot topic. I think it will continue to be over the next couple days as we go through.
I think so too. I mean, I'm going to refine my answer a little bit from AI to say agentic AI.
Yes.
I mean, I think is more of the issue. And I think over the next few years, we're kind of in this... It's like when we move from like agrarian society to industrial society, we're now moving from this sort of technological society into this agentic AI society. Yeah. It takes a lot of time for companies and society to learn how to deal with new things.
Yes.
So in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, there was a lot of horrible injuries and safety problems and all this kind of stuff that we learned. That's not a good idea.
Right.
And
then we created OSHA and organizations to help protect employee
safety.
So
I think as we learn going forward on AI, we have to learn what's dangerous, what's good, and we just have to hope we can keep it on the rails in the meantime.
Yeah, keep it on the rails. And I use real stories because I'm building some of this. Part of my day job is to build some of these capabilities, right? And so it's always interesting. It was funny, the last interview we did with GitLab and Josh, he goes, this is a great opportunity for you kind of, do objection checking, right? Because how do you build trust with something that somebody built that logs into one of your systems, does something, and puts an output, and you don't quite know what it's doing? How do you observe what it's doing, right? And it was funny, he goes, well, you already have tools for that, right? You should, because if it were a human doing it and you saw a human starting to do something malicious, wouldn't all your insider detection stuff go off? I go, that's a great point. So trust is a combination of how do you secure the AI models and the data in the AI models, and how do you leverage your existing tool set as another set of checks and wrap all that together in an agentic AI security program. And I think everybody's doing it from a point perspective. But that interview opened my eyes a little bit to be like, no, wait. There's other tools in the toolbox along with agentic specific stuff that when I bring them all together, now I can start to build a more holistic program. So I want to see how that trends over the week.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Teresa from Level Blue earlier, and we were talking about the sort of inconsistencies and things in AI.
Oh, yeah.
which is one of the problems, because I can kind of predict what humans are going to do with a few assumptions around the humans. But and I would attest to this as well. If I asked the same question, and she said she was asking the LLMs to explain the game of baseball to her in like 3 or 4 sentences, and she said if she asked the same question, the same exact question minutes later, she got different answers every time. And I could attest to that too, because if I ask it to write me a piece of code, I can steer it in a way I want it to go, which is not good. Just like me influencing a person. If I could go to a police officer and say, now, speeding is not really speeding, and driving under the influence is not really under the influence, depending, and I could, it could cause a police officer to go, no, buddy, you're busted. Yeah. But if the police officer instead was going, you're absolutely right. I think we should redefine the law. You're free to go. And I kind of got that vibe off of a lot of ChatGPT stuff when I was asking it coding questions, because I was trying to test some of this stuff. And it would literally give me a different answer each time I asked the same question. And I also started experimenting with injecting, not trying to hack it, not trying to do anything to it, but just literally how I asked my question, I could cause it. It was almost like it tried a little too hard to please me. When I was asking something like, I wish you could save these files on my hard drive. It was like, I can save those files on your hard drive. I'm like, no, you're lying to me, to my face. You can't do that. I know you can't do that. And it would be like, yeah, you're right. And it's like, what in the hell?
I do know that there are differences in the models, because as we've been testing stuff, we know that Claude does really well in certain scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Gemini does really well in other
I play them against each other.
OpenAI. And so we've been trying to, and this is the challenge, because it's almost impossible to pick one model to do it all. Which means now you have multiple models that you have to really architect your security around, is because OpenAI is really good at this, Claude's really good at this, etc. And so now what you have is, depending on the task, depending on what you're trying to build, you now not only have one AI model to secure, now you have
3 or 4.
3 or 4. And if it's more than one, then it's N, right?
Yeah, I was trying to find an API that would let me interface them with each other. Because I was like, is there a way to attach Gemini to ChatGPT so they can talk to each other? So that, like, I could go, ChatGPT, could you just have Gemini explain this to you because you're an idiot and you didn't do this right, or vice versa? Because it depends, like you said, it depends on what you're doing. Like when I was doing configs, I found Gemini was far better at that. Now, again, it was also dependent on what I was configuring. Like, okay, what thing am I trying to set up? And that had a huge impact on it. But yeah, I mean, but I think the problem is it's very inconsistent at this point. We're in this very dynamic phase of this hasn't stabilized yet. We're in that little jagged part of the graph for business paradigm shift. And that's a worrisome place to be, because you don't know where that's going to land, where that needle is going to stop when it finally does stop. But it will. I mean, there will come a time when
there will become a time well, I don't know that stops, but it gets more stable.
Well, yeah, it never stops, but it starts moving in an almost imperceptible way for at least a little while.
Yeah, it's kind of like AC current.
Or the AIs take over.
It's like AC current.
Yeah, AC current's never perfect, but it's close. It's close. It's close.
So definitely took a lot away from the AI side today.
I did.
It'll be interesting to see what else. You had an interesting conversation on ransomware, the gift that keeps on giving. Did you? I heard part of the interview segment, but I'm curious, like, why haven't we solved for the ransomware problem yet? What is stopping us from actually preventing ransomware? Like, can we ever get there, or is this going to be one of these problems that just persists forever?
I think it's just a shifting problem that, I mean, once somebody figured out that it works, unless you had a way to perfectly secure a system and perfectly secure people's confidence in said system. Because we were talking about this from Semperis or Semperis. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Semperis, yeah. I think I said it right. We were talking about how, you're ranging from nation state organized crime that is just literally turning this into a business, all the way down to somebody who just says, I could do this and get in on the fun, and I don't have a clue what I'm doing, and I'm asking an AI to help me generate some algorithms.
No, now you just brought up the vibe coding thing a little bit.
And I mean, I thought, honestly, I thought this would be over when we got people to make good backups. I mean, that's a naive feeling, but I really felt like when we get companies to have good backups and they're out of band and you can't get to them and their restores work and they've got a plan for that, ransomware will become pointless and it will stop. But then the ransomware people said, but wait a second. What if we stole the data first and threatened to release it to the general public? And I was like, well, why would they? Oh, because no, that would be bad. You wouldn't want that. And so it just continues. And of course that adds into then people faking that and on and on and on. And I don't know if it ever goes away. I think maybe it becomes something in the background so that maybe it's not so worrisome. But I mean,
and I'm surprised there hasn't been. I mean, there's been some innovation in this space, but no one's actually. I mean, maybe ThreatLocker can say they can kind of thwart it because they're a deny first, and therefore they're ransomware resistant. But when I look at, I haven't seen enough innovation at the endpoint outside of what ThreatLocker is doing initially to be like, well, yeah, I can just stop it in its tracks, right? I know the endpoints are doing a better job, but no one's like prevented it from happening. And you would think that over the past 3, 4, 5 years, as this topics continue to evolve, that somebody would have found a way to stop it. I don't know. Maybe I'm naive.
I mean, I guess ultimately, if zero trust was an absolute, which we all know it's not,
right?
If zero trust was an absolute, I have a threat. Look, I'm going to show. If I had extra shirts, I would have ripped my shirt open. Look, threat locker. But if zero trust was absolute, if you could literally say we've denied everything, nothing can happen without all these layers of approval, then maybe. But we can't do that. We're always going to have to allow some stuff. We're always going to have to allow workers to work. We're always going to have to allow users to use. And the minute we do that, we've added the possibility of that happening. And as long as there's, exploitable software, I mean, it doesn't have to always be the weakest link of those poor humans. It can always be, oh yeah, this module in this software's got a vulnerability in it. And maybe there's even other vectors for it. I mean, I still think there's other things we haven't seen from that. It's been going on forever. People have been extorting people forever.
So we see the rise of ransomware. We see the rise in talking about zero trust. We haven't accomplished zero trust. We made some gains in zero trust, but we haven't solved it yet. Then we shift and we were like, wait, squirrel. And we go over to agentic. Now we're over here talking about agentic AI. So now what we need is a zero trust agentic AI capability. I think
there you go.
Is what we need. That's
zero
going to be the
trust,
new market.
You heard
segment.
it here first. Zero trust agentic AI. Patent. Pending.
ZTAI.
Trademark.
That's what's coming, folks, because it's the only way we're going to solve for all these crazy problems in the industry.
And now you're back to Neuromancer. Well, I mean, you are. I mean, that was what Neuromancer was ultimately about, was AIs toying with humans, right? I mean, that the AIs are fighting other AIs, without AIs, and manipulating humans into fighting AIs. And I know that's sci-fi, but it starts to sound a lot more true when we start saying my agentic AI can beat up your agentic AI.
And look, agentic AI is being used by attackers on the offensive side. We're trying to figure out how to use it on the defensive side. We're at a disadvantage in some respects because we got to make sure that those protections don't break other things, but the attackers don't care, so they're going to use whatever code they can get fast to try to break things because that's their goal. They're trying to break things. So as defenders, not only are we behind, I don't even know how we get even close to catching up.
Maybe you never catch up. It just you have to determine what's acceptable levels of risk and ensure all the rest. I mean, if you say we can live with this,
and you have good backups and the restores work,
and maybe you don't have a lot of you have to know your data sinks. Like, what do we got? I mean that to me, that's this modern thing about what do we have? Where is it? Who can touch it? and how much does it hurt us if it gets loose?
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, and we don't do that. I mean, that's something we do very poorly because, I mean, you go to companies and talk to them about, you ask them that very question, where's your data? They're like, oh, what do you mean by data? Like, everything you have, like spreadsheets, databases, customer information, where is it? And they're like, oh, I don't know, like the cloud maybe?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And I'm like, you don't even know where it is. So I guess when I ask you the second question of who has access to it, like read access, or like, oh, how would we even get that? And I mean, I did that once. I did that this was long ago. We did that to the ACLs in Windows NT something. And I found a piece of software that was called Dump ACL. And we ran it, and the report was like, we had to stop the printer. It was going to be like 90,000 pages. And they were like, you sure you want to print all this? And I'm like, no, we need to stop now. We printed like 900 pages. I'm like, this is useless. I mean, how
now what you do is you take dump ACL and you send it to an LLM and have it go process it.
And you just hope the LLM is benevolent.
Yep. That's it. That's a wrap for day one. But stay tuned. We got 2 more days, folks. We'll be back in the suite tomorrow. 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. Join us at BlackHat 2025.